If you want to
Good evening and welcome, everyone, to our live coverage of the SpaceX Crew 7 mission, sending 4 folks up to the International Space Station. In T-minus 4 hours, 41 minutes, 32 seconds, and counting, 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut will take this Falcon 9 you see here at the center of your screen, lifting off from historic Launch Complex 39A, and head up to the International Space Station with a T-minus 0 at 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 0727 UTC. I'm Will Robinson Smith. I'll be providing our commentary throughout the duration of our coverage. As you can see, the countdown clock here at the press site ticking down. Now less than 4 hours, 41 minutes and counting to liftoff of that Falcon 9 rocket. You see there on the left-hand side of your screen the 2 flags at the pole beneath the American flag. It is customary to raise the flag for the crew that's flying on each mission. That is the mission patch designed by the crew that's going to be flying tonight, the 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut of the Crew 7 mission. We'll get you a higher resolution up-close shot of that a little bit later, show you a little bit more about that patch as we get through this little over 4.5 hours getting down to liftoff. We are broadcasting this evening from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. Joined tonight by Stephen Young, who is managing the technical aspects of our broadcast. You may also hear his voice at various times throughout our coverage. We're also joined by Adam Bernstein, who is operating our cameras out in the field and is doing some still photography. And Michael Kane also gathering some great photos for us throughout the duration of launch coverage and after liftoff, of course. T-minus 4 hours, 39 minutes, 24 seconds and counting before a liftoff. SpaceX teams are quite busy getting everything ready for liftoff. They're going through many of their pre-launch procedures with the Dragon spacecraft at the top of the Falcon 9, going over a number of the items needed before launch. Here's a tighter shot of the pad there with the crew access arm at the top, and we'll have much more on the Falcon 9 vehicle as well as the Crew Dragon spacecraft throughout the broadcast. But as you can see in this picture here, that is a bright, shiny new Falcon 9 first stage booster making its debut flight tonight, supporting the Crew 7 mission. And on the second stage of the Falcon 9, you can see both of the NASA emblems, the blue meatball just above the inner stage, as well as the what is lovingly known as the worm there, the red NASA logo above that. Now, for those who were hoping to see a launch this morning, you may have noticed that NASA and SpaceX called off that launch opportunity. Earlier this week, following the flight readiness review, SpaceX and NASA said they were examining a corrosion issue on the valve in the propulsion system, not on this vehicle, but on a SpaceX cargo Dragon capsule that was used to fly to the International Space Station in June, bringing science and supplies up to the astronauts on the orbiting outpost. NASA officials tell us that, quote, out of an abundance of caution, SpaceX proactively went back and looked at the test data on all the valves in the Dragon spacecraft to understand the margin to open and close them. Now, that work was expected to be completed before the launch attempt that would have gone off this morning, but that proved to not be the case, and so they decided to stand down from that launch opportunity. But NASA tells us the valves, both on the Dragon that's being used for the Crew 7 mission, you see here at the top of the Falcon 9 on your screen, as well as the other Dragon that is currently on orbit supporting the Crew 6 mission, those are all working correctly. Again, just to further clarify, because they found the corrosion in the valve connected to the propulsion system on the Cargo Dragon spacecraft, they took the time to look through all of the valves for the Crew Dragon, as well as those connected to the life support system. And again, that evaluation, that paperwork wasn't able to be completed in time for the launch opportunity that would have seen a liftoff this morning. But NASA and SpaceX teams are pressing toward liftoff for Saturday morning. And that's coming up at, again, 3:27 a.m. Eastern, 0727 UTC, T-minus 4 hours, 35 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Now, if you'd like to support our coverage of the space program, we'd appreciate it if you hit that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you get notifications if you ring the bell. That way you're notified when new videos are posted and you don't miss any of our live streams. Speaking of which, if you could share this stream, that would be great. It helps more people find our coverage and everything that is happening with this channel. And because of your support, naturally we can't do these launch broadcasts without the support of our channel members as well as our viewers. So thank you sincerely to everyone who's made a contribution to help fund our coverage. And if you'd like to help chip in that process and help expand our coverage of the space program, we'd love it if you consider making a donation through the YouTube Super Chat feature or become a channel member. Channel membership grants you access to our special member-only videos as well as discounts in our live shop. A nice time to do that right now, as we do have Crew 7 patches available for purchase in our merch shop. So good time to become a member. Also, another perk for this mission as well as others, we will be broadcasting the launch in 4K. So if you want to put up the stream on your big TV at home, if you're not happen to be in the area of the Space Coast and able to see the launch with your own eyes, you can see it in 4K. Tonight's launch will be the first time that SpaceX is running its operations out of its Hangar X facility here at the Kennedy Space Center for a crewed mission, that is. They've done a number of satellite launches from that site, as well as dress rehearsals preparing to support crew in the run-up to today. SpaceX also has support for this launch in part from their control room at their headquarters in Hawthorne, California, as well as NASA's Johnson Space Center. Again, tonight's launch is targeting a T0 liftoff at 3:27 a.m. Eastern on Saturday morning. That's 0727 UTC. Assuming we have liftoff at that time, that sets up the crew to dock with the International Space Station just before 8:40 a.m. Eastern on Sunday morning. If needed, though, SpaceX does have one more backup opportunity to launch this weekend. That's coming up on Sunday, August 27th at 3:04 a.m. Eastern, or 0704 UTC. Now, regular Viewers and those who check in on missions going to the space station know that that means this is an instantaneous launch, which means if it doesn't lift off at the T0 mark, teams will have to stand down and look toward another launch opportunity down the road. T-minus 4 hours, 30 minutes and counting. The weather overnight is looking pretty spectacular for the Crew 7 launch. The 45th Weather Squadron says the odds of favorable weather at the launch pad at liftoff, 95% favorable. Just about as good as it gets, folks. Now, if needed, for the backup opportunity on Sunday, the launch weather probability is also 95%. So it is a good weekend weather-wise to go to space. And we're certainly hoping for the crew that they'll get the opportunity to start their 6-month expedition as soon as Saturday morning. Speaking of that crew, they are being led by NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli, who is making her first trip to space. We had the opportunity in the run-up to the launch today to speak with her about the mission, as well as her journey to becoming a NASA astronaut. Here's part of our conversation with the commander of the Crew 7 mission, Jasmin Moghbeli.
Jasmin Moghbeli serves as the commander of the Crew 7 mission, her first flight to the International Space Station. She dreamt of traveling to space as a child and even dressed as the first woman in space for a 6th grade book report at her elementary school in New York.
In my mind, as I remembered it, I really looked like an astronaut. And it was really funny when I got selected and I was like, oh, let me see if I can find a photo of that. And I looked back and I was like, that looks more like a beekeeper outfit.
Years later, Moghbeli traded in that cosmonaut costume for a space camp jumpsuit and eventually a Marine uniform. She racked up more than 2,000 flight hours in more than 25 aircraft and flew more than 150 combat missions. She says her time as a helicopter pilot helped her when she was assisting on the Human Landing System program. That will be the version of the SpaceX Starship that will bring humans to the surface of the moon during the Artemis 3 mission.
It's things that we learn as helicopter pilots, how to do landings with we call it brownout situation, where the dust is blowing all over. So the Apollo astronauts experienced that. They experienced a lot of the same visual illusions we see in helicopters.
2017 was a big year for her. That was when Major Jasmin Moghbeli became an astronaut candidate. As one of 13 members of the so-called Turtle class, she trained rigorously until graduation day in 2020. Now she is leading a fully international crew into orbit, with each seat of the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft representing a different nation. Moghbeli herself will become the first professional Iranian-American astronaut to fly to space.
Anytime we are adding diversity to who is flying in space, I think we're opening the door for a future generation, for more people to believe they can do this as well.
Two of Moghbeli's biggest fans will wish her well on her journey to space. Her two twin girls, Estelle and Zelda. She hopes her story will not only inspire her daughters, but kids around the world while she's circling it.
When you say you want to be an astronaut in 6th grade, people go, yeah, okay, but they don't think you're actually going to become an astronaut. So it's pretty cool to look back and see that, you know, there have been many years in between then and many places and many things going on, but to have ended up here where I initially dreamed is pretty incredible.
And that was Crew 7 mission commander Jasmin Moghbeli. She and the others will be headed over to the pad in just a little bit to get ready for their mission to the International Space Station. She'll be riding with the pilot of the Crew Dragon spacecraft. That's astronaut Andreas Mogensen. He was kind enough to share part of their playlist for the ride from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkup building to the pad, noting that the song that Jasmine chose was Unleash the Dragon by Cisco as their last song as they approach Launch Complex 39A. Unfortunately, for copyright reasons, we can't play that as part of our broadcast, but if you want to head over to your favorite music streaming service, you can go ahead and check that out. ESA has also published the full playlist for Andreas Hugin mission onto Spotify. It's about 6 hours and some change, so if you need some tunes to play in the background as you're gearing up for this crew's launch, I'm sure they're going to be jamming out too, and you can listen along to some of Andreas' favorite tracks. So we're at T-minus 4 hours, 24 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. We're now at T-minus 4 hours, 24 minutes and counting. I mentioned the pilot of the Crew 7 mission was a European Space Agency astronaut. It's actually the first time we're seeing a non-American astronaut sit in the pilot seat for a commercial crew mission with NASA and SpaceX. As with Jasmin Moghbeli, we also had the opportunity to speak with Andy about the mission and what he's looking forward to, as well as some of the challenges of going to space. This will be his second trip up there. But here's part of our conversation with the Crew 7 pilot, Andreas Mogensen.
Sitting in the pilot's seat of the Crew 7 mission is Andreas Mogensen, an astronaut from the European Space Agency representing Denmark. He was the first Dane to become an astronaut as a member of ESA's 2009 class. But before his first space flight in 2015, he underwent extensive training all around the world. That included 2 missions with NASA's underwater lab near Florida called NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operations, or NEMO.
NEMO was a great tool, training tool to prepare for my first flight, because living in an underwater habitat is very similar to living on board the space station. You have the same focus on safety, in terms of atmosphere, in terms of the way you work.
Mogensen's extreme environment training also took him underground through ESA's week-long cooperative adventure for valuing and exercising human behavior and performance skills, also known by the acronym CAVES.
We have this idea that the Earth is solid beneath our feet, but some places on the Earth it's just full of caves, long tunnels, and getting a chance to explore that and just see this completely different world, I think it's very, very valuable for lunar missions and probably also Mars missions in the future.
His first trip to space was a relatively short 10-day mission aboard the ISS, but this time around, he'll be there for half a year.
Last time I could exclusively focus on science and technology development. This time I'm going to, have to be part of the, performing maintenance and repair, doing some of the logistical work when cargo vehicles arrive and depart, and hopefully also get a chance to work with the space station robotic arm and maybe even participate in an EVA or a spacewalk.
Mogensen says a 6-month mission in space will not only bring new opportunities, but also some hurdles back on Earth too.
So certainly it'll also bring some other challenges, especially, the time away from my family and my children. They are 4, 6, and 9, so for them 6 months is really a long time. I mean, their lives can change a lot in 6 months. So that's going to be a challenge, definitely.
But the challenge also comes with unique opportunities. Mogensen is the first non-American astronaut to pilot a SpaceX Crew Dragon. Not only that, while on station as part of Expedition 70, he will also become the space station commander. We spoke with Frank Davina, the head of the European Astronaut Center in Germany and ESA's ISS program manager, who just so happened to be the first European space station commander back in 2009. Andy, he says, will do a great job.
He's very well respected by his crewmates, by NASA, by the entire team. So he has also served a lot as a role as a Capcom, lead Capcom, crew increment manager in NASA. So I think he has had a number of responsible positions in the space program, in the ISS program. So today I don't need to give a lot of advice anymore to Andy. I think I can more take advice from him than I have to give to him.
That was our part of our conversation with the pilot of the Crew 7 mission, Andreas Mogensen. If you're wondering what his contribution to the ride to the pad is going to be, he got dibs on the first song on the playlist, that being the track Just Another Day by The Game. And again, if you are a fan of rap and hip-hop, I would highly suggest going over to that Spotify playlist and checking it out. It's, as I mentioned, about 6 hours plus of content. So if you are a runner or want some music for the gym, a lot of good songs with some strong downbeats. So highly recommend giving it a gander at some point. We're now at T-minus 4 hours, 13 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. As the count continues to progress and we get closer to launching the Crew 7 mission, want to go ahead, give you a bit of an overview of what the rest of tonight is going to look like as we wind our way into the pre-dawn hours of Saturday morning and hopefully a liftoff. Let's take a look at the launch timeline for the Crew 7 mission. Starting things off with a moment that is in progress right now. At the moment, the crew is going through their weather briefing. And over the next 10 or so minutes, the SpaceX teams will get ready to start assisting the crew getting into their flight suits. That suit donning process begins just about at T-minus 4 hours when they don their spacesuits, go through their checkout procedures for that. That whole process takes about 45 minutes or so. During that time, the teams over at the launch pad will open the hatch, prepare the Crew Dragon capsule for the astronauts and the cosmonaut to enter that a little bit later. T-minus 3 hours, 15 minutes. The crew will leave for the pad in their black Teslas, heading out from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Cruise on down to the pad at Launch Complex 39A. But before that happens, of course, we'll see the crew exit that building in the fashion that we've seen so many before them do. And they will greet their friends and family one last time in person, face to face, before they prepare to head to space. It's always a terrific moment to see. T-minus 2 hours, 55 minutes. The crews will then arrive at the launch pad and exit those Teslas. Now, since the first commercial crew flight, Demo 2, launched back in 2020, it's become a tradition for astronauts heading off to space before they start ascending the crew tower. Take a moment, do a bit of a lean back, looking up at their ride to space, that Falcon 9 rocket, before they start heading upstairs. As they make their way up, they'll pause before they get up to that top level, make a phone call, and then head up to that crew access arm that you see there on your screen on the right-hand side at the very top of the Falcon 9 rocket. T-minus 2 hours, 35 minutes. The crew will ingress or enter into their Dragon capsule. T-minus 2 hours, 14 minutes. They will go through their suit leak checks, make sure everything is right and proper on that. And then at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes, the closeout crew will go ahead and close the hatch to the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. And I'll do final hatch leak check at T-minus 1 hour, 50 minutes. And then once we get under an hour to lift off at T-minus 45 minutes, SpaceX and NASA teams will conduct a go, no-go poll for the start of propellant load. And at that point, the Falcon 9 rocket will get ready to start the fueling process, moving closer toward liftoff. T-minus 4 hours, 8 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. We'll come back to the timeline and the rest of that fueling procedure in just a moment. But first, I want to introduce you to the rest of the crew that's flying to space. as you see some folks on the press site lawn getting ready to get their viewpoint there. You also can see the lights of a helicopter passing by the pad, getting some good shots and preparing for liftoff. Want to introduce you now to one of the mission specialists of the Crew 7 mission, this being a JAXA astronaut representing Japan's space agency. We had the opportunity to speak with JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa about his second long-duration mission up to the orbiting outpost.
Satoshi Furukawa is no stranger to the International Space Station. At 59 years old, he's making his second trip to the orbiting outpost, this time as a mission specialist for Crew 7. Growing up in Japan, Furukawa was a baseball player in his high school days. He graduated from medical school in 1989 and became a surgeon of digestive organs. Less than a decade later, though, he made a career pivot to pursue becoming an astronaut and began his training in 1999. Like his fellow Crew 7 colleague, ESA astronaut Andreas Mogensen, Furukawa also participated in one of NASA's underwater lab missions near Florida called NASA Extreme Environment Missions Operations, or NEMO. He and 3 NASA astronauts underwent scuba dive training before starting their 10-day NASA mission in August of 2007. During their underwater excursion, they looked at different methods of exploring the moon's surface. They even got to watch Space Shuttle Endeavour launch on the STS-118 mission while they were under the sea. His first trip to space came less than 4 years later. Furukawa trained in Russia alongside his crewmates, cosmonaut Sergei Volkov and NASA astronaut Michael Fossum. They launched to the space station aboard Soyuz TMA-02M to become part of Expedition 28/29. He went on to spend 167 days aboard the ISS. From that experience, Furukawa was able to offer some simple but important advice to first-time flyers on the Crew 7 mission, Jasmin Moghbeli and Konstantin Borisov.
Do not move your head abruptly, especially right after launch, because it leads to kind of space motion sickness.
While on station last time, he had a number of opportunities for science and education, a particularly fond memory, building a model space station in partnership with LEGO.
I use a kind of closed volume system to keep the pieces together. Building Lego in under zero gravity is very special because you need to use special technique to keep it. That you cannot put them on a table. You need to have kind of special Velcro or rubber band to keep them.
Despite the life-changing views that astronauts experience from space, Furukawa says there was one striking thing that he couldn't see.
We can see vivid color blue Earth or brown color desert, but not much of green color from there. And I really miss the forest color, so I try to watch the video of forest, and it was a weird feeling. I really miss green color much more than I expected.
Since his return to Earth, he also trained alongside future Artemis II astronaut Jeremy Hansen in ESA's so-called CAVES mission back in 2013. Now he's looking toward his next long-duration mission to space, and he said there's one thing in particular that he ran out of time for last time he went, back in 2011.
I did not have chance to take my photo looking out from a cupola window and taking that photo from, for example, Russian segment. And I did not have chance to take that photo. So this time I'd like my friends and colleagues to take that photo for me, and I'd like to take photos for them too.
And that was one of the mission specialists, Satoshi Furukawa, representing Japan as we are approaching T-minus 4 hours, 3 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. Turning briefly to our YouTube chat here. We now have just a little over 1,000 of you watching us live and joining with us this evening. So thank you to all of us who have popped in for our coverage. And to those of you who have made a couple super chat donations early on in the evening. Thank you to SG for your $5 super chat and some adorable hippo cartoons accompanying that. Reminds me of the hippos in the Jungle Cruise. Fortunately, they're not wiggling their ears, if you get the reference. And Mud and Rockets making a $2 super chat donation. Thank you so much. Asked if we can play the Commander Chris Hadfield Space Oddity, and unfortunately I will refer you back to my previous comments of we do not want to have a copyright strike against our video, so respectfully, unfortunately, we cannot. But you're more than welcome to go and find that song, have it maybe playing on your phone while you watch this on your computer. Definitely curious to know what some of your favorite space-themed songs are there, if you want to go ahead and throw that in the live chat there. There are a lot of great ones out there, and want to know what you're jamming to as you get ready for a crew launch. And want to give another shout out to Mud and Rockets for another $2 super chat donation. So thank you so much, Mud and Rockets, and for all of those who are helping to support our coverage of the broadcast. And if you are able to make a super chat donation, we certainly appreciate that, as well as those who become channel members. But you can also help us out a lot by just hitting that like button and sharing the stream. And as we approach T-minus 4 hours, just about a minute away from now, want to introduce you to the fourth and final member of the Crew 7 mission, the cosmonaut flying aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. This is our chat with Konstantin Borisov from Roscosmos.
Making his first trip to space as a member of the Crew 7 mission is Russian cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. The 39-year-old is the third cosmonaut to fly aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft after NASA and Russia's space agency Roscosmos established a seat-swapping agreement. It ensures one NASA astronaut a ride on each Soyuz flight and a cosmonaut a ticket aboard each U.S. Crew rotation mission. But for Borisov, the path to becoming a cosmonaut wasn't a straight shot.
I wanted to become an astronaut since I was small, but the opportunities when I finished school, you did not see any career path which would lead you to do that, any meaningful career path. And then I just followed what I liked most. Those were languages, mathematics, economics, and that's how I found my challenges.
Borisov relishes a challenge. He not only enjoys working out, but also looking for thrills like skydiving and swimming. He even swam across the Strait of Gibraltar back in 2018. Borisov says he also enjoys doing yoga, but admits that could be a challenge in microgravity.
It's so hard to imagine right now that I cannot commit to doing that. I might try. We'll see. If I find something interesting, I will definitely share with the people in the social media.
With economics being his first career passion, Borisov became a senior associate for Boston Consulting Group in 2012. But it was at that point when he read Roscosmos was opening up cosmonaut opportunities to a broader pool of applicants.
And when I noticed it first, like I read the news, it was like, okay, just stop doing everything, like pursue this because you have the chance. You are not old enough because like they have 33, 35 is the age limit. I was 28 when I read it, and I did a lot of preparation to make this happen.
Years later, in 2018, he was admitted as a candidate for test cosmonauts, and by 2020, he was fully qualified to fly to space. Now, Borisov will launch to the International Space Station for the very first time, and alongside the most international crew so far in the commercial crew era of human spaceflight.
I want all countries to be working together, and instead of talking about countries, we talk about the population of this planet. That's my intention, and if I can a little bit do something to combine, like instead of like setting countries apart, like bring them closer together by like talking to you, by our experience, and by flying to the International Space Station and keeping it working and traveling together, like with 4 countries, like we are doing. That's, even if I do a small bit, I will be happy that I've done something.
And that was mission specialist Konstantin Borisov, again, one of 2 members of the Crew 7 mission making their first flight to space on this expedition. And right now at T-minus 3 hours, 57 minutes, 34 seconds, you can see Konstantin Borisov getting suited up in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. As you see several SpaceX team members helping the astronauts get into their suits, get checked out. It's Jasmine Moghbeli, the commander of the mission. One of the notable things that you may have noticed throughout our crew profile pieces is that all 4 seats of this mission are represented by 4 different nations. This is the first time that that's happened in the still very young but ever-expanding commercial crew program era of human spaceflight. So here on your screen, you're seeing Andreas Mogensen, closest to us, right here in front of crew member number 10, and then Jasmine just beyond him. And there above them, beneath that photo, you can see the mission patch for Crew 7, which we also have available in our shop for purchase. You can find that at shop.spaceflightnow.com. Again, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com. T-minus 3 hours, 52 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. You see a number of the numbered crew members here from SpaceX, also nicknamed the Ninjas, that are actively helping out and preparing the crew for launch. Eagle-eyed viewers may note number 21, not a member of the SpaceX team, but actually NASA astronaut Anne McClain. Part of the team that's helping support Jasmine Moghbeli as she gets ready to lead the Crew 7 mission up to the International Space Station in less than 4 hours from now. T-minus 3 hours, 48 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. At the center of your screen there is Andreas Mogensen, the pilot of the Crew 7 mission. He's not only the first non-American astronaut to pilot a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft, he was also the first person from Denmark to go to space on his first mission. Compared to what's coming up for him with 6 months on board station, this will be much longer than his first trip to space, which was only 10 days long. So he's looking forward to making some of those adjustments to what life aboard station is like for him, being a more integral part of doing routine repairs and updates on station, as well as getting ready to welcome vehicles visiting, bringing them cargo and science to the station. There you see Satoshi Furukawa giving the camera a nice wave there, making a second long duration mission to the International Space Station. Bit of a more spacious ride for him this time around. Last time he went up, It was on board a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. As you see, Konstantin Borisov just walked in front of him there. Satoshi Furukawa is a surgeon, was a surgeon at Tokyo General Hospital before making the pivot to becoming an astronaut in the late
Core on
90s.
countdown at T-minus 3 hours and 46 minutes. Suit donning and checkouts are complete on schedule.
Satoshi also happened to be on station back in 2011 in the back half of that year. Notable because he was on orbit when STS-135, the final space shuttle mission, docked with the ISS. So a bit poignant for him to be a part of the end of the space shuttle era.
And core
and
on
now
countdown.
entering the
Advanced
next
team
stage
is
in
in the
human
white
spaceflight
room
with commercial.
on schedule.
T-minus 3 hours, 45 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. Apologies for talking over the mission audio that we are now getting into our feeds here. Go ahead and got our audio reconfigured, so we'll be sure to pause when we hear that mission control audio pipe in. You saw Konstantin Borisov there on your screen. SpaceX teams are also preparing the white room for the crew at the top of the crew tower there next to the Falcon 9 rocket.
And core on countdown. Advanced team is proceeding to open the side hatch on schedule.
There you hear that call out there, getting ready to open the hatch in preparation for the crew to arrive in just a little bit here. Still about half an hour before the members of the Crew 7 mission will leave the ONC and get ready to board their Teslas, so we'll be able to continue talking about them and their preparations as they go ahead and get their suits checked out. And you see the Falcon 9 rocket standing patiently there at the pad at Launch Complex 39A, awaiting their arrival. As we approach quarter to midnight here on the East Coast, we have just a little over 850 of you joining us live. Thank you so much for being with us. If you're just now tuning into our coverage, welcome to our live broadcast of the NASA SpaceX Crew 7 mission up to the International Space Station. I'm Will Robinson-Smith for Spaceflight Now, being joined by our team here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Stephen Young, Adam Bernstein, and Michael Caine. Right now, you're taking a live look inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. This is mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa from Japan's space agency JAXA. He's making his second trip up to the International Space Station at 59 years old. There you see a wider shot with a couple more crew members. The person in the suit in the center of your screen with the American flag patch on her left arm. That was Commander Jasmin Moghbeli. This is Crew 7 pilot Andreas Mogensen, flying for the European Space Agency, the first ESA astronaut to pilot a Crew Dragon. And you can see near Andy's feet there a series of stickers next to the chairs where they were getting their checkouts. Those are sticker versions of the patches of the crewed missions that SpaceX has flown since the start of the commercial crew program. Here's a much better shot of those sticker patches. You see from the top left, that's Demo 2, where Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley flew to the International Space Station for the first time in May 2020, kicking off the commercial crew program in earnest. Going on down the row, you see the Crew 1 patch, Crew 2, and then right next to that was Inspiration 4. That was not a mission to the International Space Station, but a private astronaut mission. It was a free-flying, no-destination mission led by billionaire Jarek Isaacman, who's getting ready to launch again with SpaceX and a team on the Polaris series of missions that coming up no later than the end of 2023. But recent reports indicate, and Jared has said as much, that it is potentially likely to slip to 2024. One of the new things that is going to be demonstrated on that mission is a spacewalk from the Crew Dragon spacecraft, something that SpaceX has not yet done from one of its capsules, and they are in the process of developing the suits for that. You see here on your screen, that is the head of NASA's astronaut office, Joe Acaba. In his previous life, he was also a teacher here on Florida's Space Coast. He taught used to be a teacher at Melbourne High School here in Brevard County. Always nice to see him back in town. T-minus 3 hours, 38 minutes, 11 seconds. We're seeing a fun tradition here between the head of the astronaut office as well as the 4 members of Crew 7. This is a tradition where they play a card game, and they will continue to play until the commander of the mission happens to lose, and that way, as Nessa says, they get the bad luck, the bad vibes and juju out of the way, and they can go ahead and continue on with a good mission, as we see Joe Acaba going ahead and dealing. A little hard to see the cards there as the white table and white cards. And it looks like she already drew the lowest card in this game, which means she has lost. And so that was a quick bit of tradition. Another way that SpaceX happens to incorporate a bit of good luck. This is not seen in the NASA version of the crew patch, but in SpaceX's patch, they include a 4-leaf clover on each of their designs. It's a bit of good luck on all of their space missions. T-minus 3 hours, 34 minutes, 17 seconds and counting. We are getting close to the point at which the members of the Crew 7 mission will go ahead and leave the O&C building, head out to their Teslas, and say hello and farewell to their families. That's coming up at T-minus 3 hours, 15 minutes and counting. Taking a peek at the live chat here. Want to thank John Wilkins for your $5 super chat, wishing Godspeed to Crew 7. As you see the exit of the O&C building, where the 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut will make their exit in the next little bit here.
Core on countdown. Lyo seals have been removed and installation is complete. We are on schedule.
And you hear that good call out from SpaceX. Things are continuing to proceed on. Continuing to go on track here. What SpaceX was just referring to is part of the system that helps scrub carbon dioxide from the atmosphere inside the cabin. Obviously a very important part of the life support system for all the crew members on board this SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. There you're seeing those Teslas for just a brief moment that will take the crew over to their launch pad. Just about 17 minutes or so from now. We're seeing some of the press as well as the family members of the crew that are going to be heading out of the ONC in just about 16 or so minutes. Among them is our very own Michael Caine, so be sure to keep an eye out for his photos in the future. And you see one of the the license plates that SpaceX likes to change up and play with. This one on Tesla number 2 with a very simple message: bye! A fitting for their ride to depart Earth for the next 6 months. You can see here on the wide shot of your screen, if you look down there near the grades at the far right-hand side, you see 2 people wearing red shirts. Just in front of them, behind that camera, you see a little bit of a head with some bobbing hair. That is NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. It looks like Associate Administrator Pam Melroy next to him. Taking a moment to pop away from the ONC for just a moment here as you see this low shot from the pad at Launch Complex 39A. You can see a nice view of the moon on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen as the crisp white Falcon 9 rocket stands tall and ready to send this 4-member crew on their way to the International Space Station. Mentioned earlier the broadcast, but for those who have joined since then, you may notice that this is a fairly pristine Falcon 9 first stage booster. It's because it's making its first trip to space. It's its first flight for booster B1081. On top, that is the Crew Dragon Endurance, making its 3rd flight after supporting the Crew 3 and Crew 5 missions. T-minus 3 hours, 25 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. We are now 5 minutes away from the point at which the crew will walk out of the ONC building. That happens right at T-minus 3 hours, 20 minutes on the dot there. You can see there in the center of your screen, next to the woman in pink, he's got his head turned away from us, turning back now. That is Associate Administrator Bob Cabana. Used to be the center director here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Just to his left, our right there, that is Pam Melroy. I mentioned NASA Administrator Bill Nelson there in the blue. Looks like a comfy pair of jeans as gets ready to wish the crew well as they get ready to head off for their long-duration 6-month stay upon the International Space Station. 3 of NASA's leaders, all having made the trip to space themselves, so they know very well the experience that the crew is about to embark upon. Of course, different ride to space than these 4 are about to head out on, as their Crew Dragon spacecraft is awaiting them. Heading into the elevator, the 3 astronauts and the 1 cosmonaut of the Crew 7 mission.
Core on countdown. Crew walkout and suit-up room departure is in progress on schedule.
And you hear the call out that everything continues to go according to the timeline for the mission tonight. As we approach T-minus 3 hours, 23 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. We're just now 3 minutes away from the crew walking out. Again, that will happen right at T-minus 3 hours, 20 minutes on the dot. You can see a number of the previous mission patches adorning the exit way there. Number of shuttle launches as well as commercial crew operations, which you can see there on, from our vantage point, the right-hand side of the doorway there. And you can see there, just to the right of the woman in the red shirt next to the camera, you see a woman with a flight suit next to a little kid with, looks like a little SpaceX hoodie there. That was Crew 4 astronaut Jessica Watkins. Made her first trip to space last year, again as part of the Crew 4 mission. She happened to be the first African-American woman to make a long-duration space flight aboard the ISS. A lot of firsts have been marked down with the start of the commercial crew era. As you mentioned earlier in the evening, Commander Jasmin Moghbeli will be the first Iranian American to fly to space as well. And she happens to be the lone American on this flight, as this is an all-international crew, each seat representing a different nation. You have the United States, the commander's seat, Denmark in the pilot seat, and the 2 mission specialists representing Japan and Russia. As we are now approaching 1 minute away from when the crew will walk out the doors from the ONC and say their hellos to all these family and friends here. And you see that trio of kids there in the center next to the woman in the pink shirt with the ESA shirts on. I believe that is the family of the pilot, Andreas Mogensen. As we mentioned in our profile of Andy, noted that 6 months away from your family is a long time, and especially when you have kids that are as young as his are, all of them younger than 10 years old. And so, a lot changes in 6 months, and I'm sure they'll miss their dad, but NASA and its partner agencies do a lot of work to help make sure that the astronauts are able to keep in touch with their families while they're on orbit, as we are seconds away from them coming out in 2, 1, and there we are. The 4 members of the Crew 7 mission. NASA astronaut and Commander Jasmin Moghbeli. We have pilot Andreas Mogensen. On the right-hand side, JAXA astronaut and mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa. And on the left-hand side, Konstantin Borisov, representing Roscosmos, the 3rd cosmonaut to fly to the International Space Station as part of the Commercial Crew program. Let's take a moment to just hear some of the conversation, these final moments of goodbye. T-minus 3 hours, 18 minutes and counting. In about 3 minutes, they'll go ahead and hop inside those Teslas and get ready to make their trip over to the launch pad. And as you might think, the inclination, if you were those 4 crew members, might be to wish, give your family a big old hug last time you're going to have the opportunity before you head up to space. But this crew has been in quarantine. You see Jasmine Moghbeli giving air hugs and kisses to her young children and her husband as she gets ready to head off to the space station. But they've been in quarantine for the last 2 weeks, and obviously they don't want to risk contamination as they get ready to head up to space. They want to preserve that environment for their fellow team members who are on orbit now. Those in the Russian segment, as well as the members of the Crew 6 mission, who will be departing station no earlier than September 2nd. Of course, that is weather dependent, so we'll keep an eye on that. As Teslas 1 and 2 with the crew members get ready to head out. Looks like the gull-wing door is having maybe just a little bit of trouble just getting closed, but that should be fixed in just a moment here. There we go. And if you want to get a chance to listen a little bit to some of the music that they're going to be playing on the way to the pad, and you see the man in the tie-dye, that is Jasmine Moghbeli's husband, holding their 2 young girls in SpaceX hoodies, dressed just like their mom. A fitting moment of farewell. And Jessica Watkins getting a couple last-minute photos for the family there as they get ready to head off in the next 30 seconds or so. You can hear a little, what sounded like them saying bye-bye to Mom. She's getting ready to go on quite the adventure. She's also bringing 2 plush dragons that she got for each of her twin girls. They'll fly to space with her and come back down in just a little bit, in 6 months. So it'll be quite the present when Mom, the astronaut, comes back and delivers dragons that have flown in space. And there they go, T-minus 3 hours, 14 minutes, 14 seconds and counting. The Teslas with the license plate, the custom ones, saying bye. For those that are fans of the Smartless podcast, this may be a nod to that. The crew members may be a fan of that podcast as well.
And core on countdown. Crew are proceeding to the pad on schedule.
And you hear the call out that the convoy to the pad is happening on schedule as you see the flashing lights from the vantage point of one of the support vehicles as they are cruising over to a historic launch complex 39A. We'll be seeing them pass by the vehicle assembly building, that massive iconic building here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, coming up in the next few minutes. T-minus 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 34 seconds and counting. You see the convoy turning onto State Road 3, as seen from an aerial view now. The helicopter keeping track. Or rather, this is a vantage point from the roof of the VAB, not from the helicopter shot, although we may see that in a little bit. T-minus 3 hours, 7 minutes, 36 seconds and counting. You can see that convoy making their way much closer now to the vehicle assembly building, the VAB. About to pass in front of it in the next, 30, 45 seconds or so. From the vantage point of the road, that is on the left-hand side. On the right of the road is the press site. And from our vantage point here, we're seeing the crew pass on by. As you see, a lot of folks getting one last glimpse there near the press site entrance. And you see those two Teslas with the 4 members of the Crew 7 mission passing by the VAB right now, as well as the Launch Control Center. And you may have caught a quick glimpse there as the crew is rolling down the road of Launch Complex 39B, where you saw a lit up structure. That is the mobile launcher that supported the Space Launch System rocket used on the Artemis 1 mission. It is now back there at the launch pad for tests as it continues to work through its campaign toward the Artemis 2 mission. That'll be the first crew mission as part of the Artemis program, sending 4 astronauts, including 1 Canadian, on a trip around the moon and back, testing out a number of functions of the Orion spacecraft. We have a beautiful shot of the moon right here as we were just talking about the Artemis 2 mission. And here it is again in perspective of the Falcon 9 rocket that is getting ready to launch in just over 3 hours from now, as the crew continues to wind its way toward the pad. It should be arriving at T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes. It'll be about 20 minutes between the point at which the crew arrives at the pad and when they enter in Crew Dragon Endurance. The particular Crew Dragon spacecraft preparing to make its 3rd trip to the International Space Station, having previously supported the Crew 3 and Crew 5 missions.
And this is core on countdown. Advanced team is complete and ready for crew arrival. We are on schedule.
T-minus 3 hours, 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. Hear the call out that things are still on schedule as SpaceX is preparing to receive the crew as they're making their way toward the pad. Getting close, passing one of the SpaceX hangars there at the center of your screen. That's the building where the rocket rolls out to the pad at 39A. This pad has been quite active since SpaceX took over it. Here you can see the wide shot of the crew approaching the pad there. Getting ready to arrive in just a matter of moments. This will be the 68th orbital launch for SpaceX from Launch Complex 39A when this Falcon 9 lifts off. Later on this morning, as just looking up at the clock here on the East Coast, it is now 12:26 a.m. So from Florida, happy Saturday to everyone. Getting a great vantage point of the crew access tower there as the Teslas are getting ready to park in a matter of moments, and the crew will get out and get ready to do their traditional lean back, looking up at the Falcon 9, really have a moment to take in the moment, the gravity, if you will, of preparing to go to space. Two of them for the very first time.
Core on countdown. Crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
You hear that call out? Crew arrival continues their on-time departure for the ISS at 3:27 a.m. this morning, Eastern Time. Taking the view from the press side here at T-minus 2 hours, 57 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. See the blinking lights on the right-hand side of your screen of the helicopter making laps as we're just a couple minutes away from the crew exiting their Teslas, getting ready to make that lean back moment taking their ride to space. You see the moon continues to set over the horizon. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is the white dot that you see there. Appreciate the nearly 900 of you that are joining us now in our live coverage, as we are now under 3 hours. For those of you who maybe have just joined in the last several minutes, you're watching live coverage of the NASA SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. At this point, the crew has just arrived at the launch pad at Launch Complex 39A here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. They have suited up in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkup building, made the drive over to the launch pad. They just parked. They're about to exit their vehicles and take a look at their impressive ride to space. The Falcon 9 rocket, standing tall, having flown 67 prior missions SpaceX has from this pad. That includes both Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9 missions. At the top of that rocket, you see the SpaceX crewed vehicle. That is the Crew Dragon spacecraft. This one has the name Endurance. Endurance is making its third trip to the International Space Station, having previously supported the Crew 3 mission, as well as Crew 5. SpaceX and NASA have rated those spacecraft up to 5 mission. As you see, Jasmin Moghbeli, the commander, and pilot, ESA astronaut Andreas Mogensen, getting ready to, there's that lean back, taking a look at their Falcon 9 rocket. A high five as they get ready to head up to the elevators. So part of the reason why they do the lean back instead of just tilting their head back, it's because those fly suits are a little rigid around the neck. Think back to the 1989 Tim Burton Batman and the immobility of the bat suit. It's sort of a similar problem there, where he wasn't able to turn his head swiftly, and so he really had to make full body motions. Sort of a similar thing here. In a moment, we should see the 2 mission specialists of the Crew 7 mission, that being Satoshi Furukawa as well as Konstantin Borisov, also have their own lean back moment. You see Jasmine and Andy ascending the stairs, getting up to the next platform. Giving fist bumps to the SpaceX support crew, the ninjas, as they like to be called, as they get ready to make their final phone call before heading up to the crew access arm in the White Room. And they are able to make a call to whoever they'd like to make a final call to before they go ahead and ingress or enter into their ride to space, that being the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft. First on the telephone, Commander Jasmin Moghbeli. followed by the pilot ESA astronaut, Andreas Mogensen. T-minus 2 hours, 51 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. Jasmine has concluded her phone call as Andy is next on the line. The next notable milestone in the countdown is crew ingress. That's coming up at T-minus 2 hours, 35 minutes. Andy giving a little wave to whoever he's calling. Probably his family. I'm sure they are watching the live feed here, so got away from Dad on the live feeds before he gets ready to continue on the trip up with his commander on this mission. He'll be a commander in his own right, though. When Crew 7 is on board space station, there will be a change of command ceremony, and Andreas Mogensen will become station commander. You're seeing the two mission specialists now of the Crew 7 mission. Satoshi Furukawa and Konstantin Borisov taking a look up at their ride to space as well. Konstantin making his first trip to space. Satoshi going for a second time. Thumbs up. Heading off to the elevator now.
Core on countdown. Crew have arrived at the White Room and are preparing for ingress. We are on schedule.
T-minus 2 hours, 48 minutes and counting. You're taking a look at the split screen from NASA on the left-hand side. You see the two mission specialists getting ready to make their phone calls as Commander Jasmin Moghbeli and pilot Andreas Mogensen are now entering the Crew Dragon spacecraft, the first two to enter in getting ready to head to space in less than 3 hours now. This view is inside the crew access arm. Here's a split screen on the left-hand side that's inside the crew access arm. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that at the top of the crew access tower, that's the white horizontal pathway that extends over to the Crew Dragon itself. You see, looks like Satoshi is still making his phone call, getting ready to wrap that up in just a moment here. And for Satoshi, he's getting ready to make a very different and distinct flight up to the International Space Station. Last time it was aboard a bit more compact Soyuz spacecraft. This time a little more roomy SpaceX Crew Dragon. Konstantin Borisov now having one of the SpaceX ninjas dial his person of choice, likely his family as well, as he gets ready to make his first trip to space, making that one final call. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see there the commander, Jasmin Moghbeli, on the right, pilot, Andreas Mogensen, on the left. Getting set in and ready for their flight to space as well. Shortly after liftoff, we should see what is known as the 0G indicator, some type of plush item that'll be a visual cue of them having reached microgravity. In one of the pre-flight press conferences, I had asked Andy about some of the things that they're bringing aboard station, as well as the rest of the crew, and they talked about some of the mementos that they were going to bring with them up to the space station, family photos and the like. Andy was about to tell us what the 0G indicator is because he and his family were able to pick what it is for this mission. However, they don't want to spoil the surprise, and so they opted not to say. But just know that when we do see it start to float, that was inspired by the pilot of the Crew 7 mission, Andreas Mogensen. So looking forward to that. I've had a number of differing 0G indicators, each that means something to the crew that are flying them. For instance, on the Crew 3 mission, that was the first time that one of the astronaut class of 2017 that were candidates in 2017 became full astronauts in 2020, graduated from astronaut training that year. The class known as the Turtles, of which Jasmine Moghbeli is a part. On the Crew 3 mission, their 0G indicator was a turtle. Surprise, surprise. and having just come from making their calls. Konstantin Borisov bringing it around town as they make their way down the crew access arms. He is a character. We talked to him before the mission here now as they enter the White Room. Now they are making their signatures next to the NASA meatball, another one of the traditions that is part of spaceflight. And you saw there the name tags that were taken from the crew. Going to bring those up with them. Just a nice moment of inclusivity for those that are helping support them on their ride to space. Taking a little piece with them. You notice that they're signing next to the NASA meatball version of the logo, the round symbol on the left-hand side. That is where astronauts that are flying as part of the crew rotation missions will sign. But you see the SpaceX logo to the right of that right now behind Satoshi Furukawa. That is where you'll see the signatures of astronauts that have flown on private missions, such as the 2 missions to the space station managed by Axiom Space, as well as the No Destination mission Inspiration 4 that launched back in September 2021. You see all those signatures next to the SpaceX X logo.
Core on countdown. Seat 1 and Seat 4 are beginning their ingress into Dragon. We are on schedule.
T-minus 2 hours, 40 minutes, 25 seconds. The crew ingress continues on schedule as you saw Satoshi Furukawa enter into the crew Dragon there. Konstantin Borisov now taking his seat on the left-hand side. So the 2 members of this crew that are flying to space for a second time, pilot Andreas Mogensen and mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa. They've both been to the International Space Station before, both making that trip up on a Soyuz spacecraft. So getting to enjoy a little bit more of a luxurious spaced out environment on a trip up to space with the crew Dragon here. You see there on the top left-hand side of your screen, just above Konstantin's head, just to the right of that, you see the NASA version of the mission patches for the Crew 3 and Crew 5 missions. That's because those were the 2 missions that this Dragon happened to fly. T-minus 2 hours, 37 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. Want to go ahead and thank the nearly 1,000 of you who are joining us for our live coverage this evening as we are approaching about 11 minutes before 1 a.m. this morning here on the East Coast. If you're just joining us, things are moving smoothly with the countdown to the launch of the Crew 7 mission with, as you see on your screen, 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut. If you're just hopping in with us for our live coverage, I'm Will Robinson Smith, joined this evening by Stephen Young, Adam Bernstein, and Michael Kane to bring you this live coverage here from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. On your screen are the 4 members of the Crew 7 mission, going from left to right on your screen. That is mission specialist and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. To his right, from our perspective, Konstantin's left, that is pilot of this mission, European Space Agency astronaut Andreas Mogensen. To the right on your screen, that is Jasmine Moghbeli, the commander of the Crew 7 mission, a NASA astronaut, making her first trip to space. And to her left, our right, base is blocked by our countdown clock, but that's all right. You'll see more of him throughout the evening. That is JAXA astronaut making his second trip to space. That is Satoshi Furukawa. Thank you, Stephen. And the 2 black cloaked suited figures that you see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, those are SpaceX's support crew on the closeout team, also known as the SpaceX Ninjas. As we approach T-minus 2 hours, 35 minutes and counting. Again, we want to thank the nearly 1,000 of you who are in the stream with us watching live. If you haven't already, you would like to help support our coverage, we'd appreciate if you hit the like button, share the stream. That helps more people be able to find our coverage as we continue bringing these live pictures to you throughout the next 2.5 hours to liftoff, and in the aftermath of that, as we have now crested a little over 1,000, thanks to the new folks that have just joined us. And if you'd like to become a channel member, you get access to our member-only videos as well as a 4K live stream of this launch, as well as the others that we bring to you from Florida's Space Coast. So we're seeing increasingly more and more missions launching from Florida every year between NASA, United Launch Alliance, and some of the other newer companies coming online. In fact, this will be the 43rd orbital launch from the Cape in calendar year 2023 once the Crew 7 mission launches. T0 targeting liftoff at 3:27 a.m. this morning. That's Eastern Time. 0727 UTC for those watching around the world. T-minus 2 hours, 33 minutes. Right on the dot. You saw Crew 7 Commander Jasmine Moghbeli and the others giving a wave to the pair of SpaceX support crew that have helped strap them into their seats here on the Crew Dragon Endurance. as they have now left the capsule and will soon begin the process of closing the side hatch. That hatch closure, though, not for a little bit now. That's coming up at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes. In between those points, now that the crew is seated and strapped in, they'll go through some of the procedures like checking their communications, as well as you'll see the seats rotate to their launch position.
SpaceX Dragon, ready for comm check.
Copy, Dragon. Stand by for umbilical comm check.
T-minus 2 hours, 31 minutes and counting. You heard Commander Jasmine Moghbeli.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
Give the call out to begin those
Loud and
comm
clear,
checks.
Omni.
Core, loud and clear.
How's you loud and clear? How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
Andy going ahead and giving us comm check.
Loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
So I have you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX Dragon, walkout.
And you heard Konstantin and Satoshi go through their comm checks as well. So good communications between the Dragon and SpaceX, supporting this mission from where they refurbish their Falcon 9 first stage booster, Hangar X over on Roberts Road here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. In the next couple of minutes, you'll see the seats rotate to their launch position, as you heard Jasmine Moghbeli saying that they are ready to rock and roll on that.
Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
And you'll see that coming up on your screen in just a moment.
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
Okay.
And Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
And hear the call for the start of seat rotation. You'll see motion happening on your screen in just a moment here.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position. You are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
SpaceX Dragon copies, proceeding to Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
You hear the call out that they are getting ready to do their suit leak checks now that they have rotated their seats into the launch position. T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes, 23 seconds and counting.
SpaceX Dragon, air complete, ready for leak check.
Copy and concur, Dragon. You are go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Copy, go for Section 3, suit leak check.
At T-minus 2 hours, 24 minutes, 37 seconds and counting. It's just a couple minutes after 1 o'clock here on the East Coast. As we are getting closer to hatch closure on the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft. See there at the top of your screen. Taking a look at our live chat here, want to go ahead and thank a couple of folks who are helping to contribute to our coverage of the space program and this launch in particular. Giving a shout out to Alan Gable for a very generous $20 super chat donation. Thank you, Alan, for supporting us at that level. And we also have some new channel members. Danielle S. Swidler Sigrist. Apologies, Danielle, if I mispronounced your last name, but thank you for joining the channel at the pad leader level. We'll also have Alex Evans joining us at the pad leader level, and one of our moderators gifting a Spaceflight Now membership to Trouble with the Trees. So thank you, Astro Joe, for not only helping to keep things kosher along with Stephanie B on the chat there, but really appreciate you sharing the love and helping to expand our community here and bring in more people who enjoy both human and uncrewed space flight. Lots happening here on the Space Coast and around the world. We appreciate you helping us bring that story to more and more people. So thank you to all of our new channel members. and to Alan as well. Again, if you'd like to become a member of the Spaceflight Now YouTube channel, that gives you access to the member-only videos. Not only that, you're also able to get a discount from our merch shop, and we do have the Crew 7 patches available for purchase. That's shop.spaceflightnow.com. And Danielle, glad you're enjoying watching the coverage, and we're glad you stumbled upon it too. And thank you to Josh King for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate you supporting our coverage at that level, Josh.
Dragon, we see 4 good suit leak checks.
And we hear the call out for
Dragon, we copy and concur 4 good suit leak checks. Closeout team will be performing its final closeout steps. You are go to proceed to section 4 and report when ready to close the side hatch.
Text Dragon, walkout proceeding with section 4 side hatch closure.
and you hear the call out for the good leak checks as they make sure everything is prepared for their flight suits as they get ready to depart from pad 39A in 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 53 seconds from now. We see some folks asking about trajectory. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get further into the broadcast. Rest assured, that is a question that we get asked very often with all of these missions. Everyone wants to know where they're going, and if you happen to be in Florida, does that mean will you be able to see the launch? So we'll look forward to answering that question in more detail and giving you a nice visual on that as you get a nice visual both inside and outside the Crew Dragon Endurance here. On the left-hand side of the screen, of course, that is inside the capsule. On the outside, you see the SpaceX closeout crew there, donned in their black jumpsuits, lovingly referred to as the ninjas for SpaceX.
Dragon crew is ready for side hatch closure.
Copy, Dragon. Crew is ready for side hatch closure. At this time, we are also going to proceed into our pre-launch comm checks.
Okay.
You see them going through and making a really fine examination of the side hatch there before they get ready to seal it. Hatch closure should be complete at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
Core has you loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Now that the crew seats
Dragon DC on countdown 1, comm check.
have rotated, they're going through another round of comm checks.
DC Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Just to make sure that everyone can
Dragon,
hear
MD on countdown 1, comm check.
everyone else.
MD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. And Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Okay, Dragon has you loud and clear. How many?
LD, loud and clear. Let's go fly.
Let's do it.
And Dragon SpaceX launch configuration comm checks are complete.
T-minus 2 hours, 17 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. You hear the completion of those comm checks now that they are in their seat configuration for launch. Coming up in about 15 or 20 minutes or so will be the completion of the hatch closure procedure. You see that door started to come down a little bit as they walk through those steps, making sure that that side hatch is completely devoid of any type of debris. When I say any type of debris, I mean literally even a hair can be detected there, and they want to make sure it's entirely free of any type of debris like that. T-minus 2 hours, 14 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. Taking a peek back at our live chat, want to thank Daniel Chiquidum. Apologies, Daniel, if I butcher the pronunciation of your last name, but thank you for your $5 super chat and saying hello from Brazil. Hello to you. Thanks so much for joining us this evening for our live coverage of the Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. Things have been proceeding nominally smoothly throughout this evening's broadcast, and the countdown has gone according to the planned timeline. So we continue to remain on track for a liftoff of this crew on their 6-month journey on orbit, launching at 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
And Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is taking its final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
SpaceX Dragon copies. All items are secure.
And Dragon SpaceX, we are commencing a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
T-minus 2 hours, 2 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. You see the hatch, the side hatch of the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft is now closed. And they are going through the process of doing their hatch leak checks, making sure they've got a good tight seal on that door. In just about an hour or so, they'll do another weather check as they are getting ready to get closer to the process of fueling the Falcon 9 rocket supporting this mission. That go, no-go poll for propellant load will be taken at T-minus 45 minutes, so we're still a good bit away from that. But things continue to proceed nominally on this mission as we are getting closer to the launch of this 4-member crew to the International Space Station. It's a calm night here on Florida Space Coast.
For post-ingress briefing.
You hear that call out for another crew briefing?
Go for Dragon.
Okay, Jaws, we'll keep this one short. At this time, the Dragon team and F9 teams are not tracking any issues, and you couldn't ask for better weather. How copy?
Dragon copies. Good to hear.
And hear that brief discussion that they're expecting good weather. The 45th Weather Squadron, who tracks weather forecasts for launch operations here on Florida's Space Coast, the Eastern Range here, they forecasted 95% favorable weather for launch. For tonight's opportunity, you see the lights from Pad 39A glistening on the water across the way as we are now coming up on T-minus 2 hours and counting to lift off the Crew 7 mission.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal side hatch leak check.
SpaceX Dragon copies, nominal side hatch leak check.
And thank you so much for sticking with us for Spacefly Now. I'm Will Robinson Smith. As we continue our coverage of the Crew 7 mission, we are joined right now by a member of the Commercial Crew Program. Sam Testa is with the NASA team that helps with recovery operations. She is the lead on that. Sam, thanks so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
And so this is the 7th crew rotation mission, the 8th time that SpaceX is supporting NASA and launching astronauts to the International Space Station. Routine is not the right word because every operation is, an important process to distinguish each and of themselves. But does it feel like it's starting to become a more normal thing to be out here about every 6 months, getting ready to launch more humans to space?
Yeah, we're definitely getting into our rotations. So we have one in around the February timeframe. We have one right around this time of year. So routine is a word we try to stay very far away from. We try to keep a healthy paranoia or an active paying attention to everything that's going on. We never want to feel routine because it is such a complex process. But we are getting used to that rotation of the spring and the fall launches right now.
Yeah, I think Bill Gerstenmaier in the run-up to this said, from his perspective, he likes to say, stay hungry. SpaceX says, stay paranoid, as you mentioned, just that rigorous sense of making sure everything gets checked and double checked. Coming into tonight, how were you and the team feeling about, the launch and the operations there to follow?
We're feeling really good. We're on schedule right now. Everything's going according to plan, and somebody knock on wood, but it seems to be going really well, and it's a gorgeous night for a launch, so we have our fingers crossed, and we have high hopes for a really great launch tonight.
And as we can see on programming, Stephen, if you can bring up the picture just outside of the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule where the hatch closure just happened about 7 or 8 or so minutes ago. Your role is really, when we see this capsule come back down to Earth after the end of 6 months, talk about what that looks like when you and your team really step into action for that.
Yeah, so the majority of our role is upon return, like you mentioned, when we're bringing the crews home after spending 6 months in space, back to their families in Houston. So right now we're gearing up for Crew 6 return. They've been on station for about 6 months, and we have a team getting ready to deploy to Kennedy Space Center to start some last-minute training to make sure everybody has what they need to be on the recovery vessel and be out there when the capsule re-enters the atmosphere, when the parachutes come out, when we see the Dragon splash down into the ocean, and we open that hatch for the first time and give that crew their first breath of fresh air that they haven't had in a couple months now.
And, for those of us that aren't lucky enough to be on that ship when the crew gets brought aboard, what are those first moment likes? I mean, we see it on the screen. There's not always audio, but when they come out and they get, carried off for their medical checks, what's it like welcoming them back down to Earth?
Oh, they are so happy to be back. I mean, it's been a really long day for them. They've been getting ready on station to come home, packing everything up, getting into their suits. They've been in the capsule for a certain amount of hours at that point, depending on what their phasing was. So when they actually splash down and we get them onto the recovery vessel and out of the capsule, they are just loving that fresh sea air that they haven't had in a really long time. They're excited to see a lot of their friends. You know, our teammates have been with them since before they launched, so it's really great to see them again when they come back, because it's been a really long time, and they know they're going back to their families soon, so they are all smiles.
And once they get on the recovery vessel, about how long does it take to get them from that ship back onto dry land?
You'd be surprised. It's actually just over an hour for the most part. We do medical checkouts with them on the vessel to make sure everything's healthy and that they're feeling good. And so at the culmination of that, it's usually about an hour.
And like I mentioned, this is the 7th or the 8th time that crew has come back in coordination with NASA. What are some of the things that you and your team have learned as far as maybe improving procedures or things that have kind of changed as you've gotten the opportunity to go through them in real time again and again?
Yeah, there have been tons of improvements. I mean, every mission we're improving over and over again. I feel like we learn something new every time, which is the beauty of spaceflight. Going back to the fact that it's never routine, you know, we learn something every time we do this. We've definitely learned how to be more efficient on our training. We do a lot of training starting with Hewitt, which is helicopter underwater egress training. That's kind of our first operational training. And then we do vessel safety training with SpaceX, and we do medical operations training to make sure that everyone's ready for the day of. So I would say that training is a big part of what we've learned and become more efficient with, as well as how we deploy and how we get to where we're going. Because we have several landing sites across the state of Florida. We can land on the Gulf Coast or the Atlantic Coast, and so moving around can be a little tricky as we try to kind of compete with the weather, especially in Florida with the microclimates that we have. So that's another one where we've gotten better and better every mission.
That was going to be my next question. For all those different recovery sites, what's the process like? I mean, obviously, weather being among the most important factors, but when it comes down to really locking in, okay, is it going to splash down at the coast of Panama? Are we going to be able to see it from here on the Space Coast? What are the things that go into that in addition to the weather?
Oh man, there are layers and layers of things that go into that. I couldn't even begin to list them all. But weather.
If you could start with one, that'd be good.
I would say weather. Yeah, weather is definitely the biggest one. I mean, we are watching that days up to minutes and hours leading up to the actual deorbit burn right before they come through the atmosphere and splash down. We have multiple sites across the state, so trying to find that perfect sweet spot of weather where we've got the wind where we want it and the wave states where we want it. We've got no precipitation, no lightning, because Florida never has any of those things. It's definitely it's our biggest challenge and the thing we are absolutely watching the most.
Of course, when you see as much activity in the tropics, that is something that comes to top of mind. Speaking of the return of Crew 6, this is going to be the 4th time that this particular Dragon has now flown to space, going to be splashing back down. We've talked over the course of preparing for this mission about some of the things that are being learned and adapted to prepare these capsules to fly beyond the 5 sort of certified flights now. From your team's perspective, what are some of the things that you're watching and looking for with this particular Crew Dragon capsule as it looks to enter its 5th and eventually 6th flight?
Yeah, this is definitely one of our more veteran capsules, which we love to see. It's been on a couple flights now, like you mentioned. One of the things we like to see, and we always want to see it, right, is our drogues and our main parachutes. That's definitely one of the things that we always keep our eye close on when we're coming back down, because the dynamics associated with parachutes are so complicated. We look for all good drogues, all good mains, and then that really great splash into the water.
And so, between now and I think September 2nd, when is the earliest opportunity to return Crew 6, what will you be doing between now and then? I'm sure there's a lot of preparation that we don't see that happens behind the scenes.
Yep, part of the team is here at Kennedy supporting Crew 7 launch. The rest of the team is getting ready to deploy to Kennedy over the next couple days. We have some meetings planned, of course, to get ready to have everyone in the Kennedy area to get that training done, that just-in-time training that we have leading up to mission, and then we'll start having our meetings for weather briefings. We do that, a couple days prior to mission, several hours across those days. It's a lot of meetings, but we'll also start mobilizing. We'll get all of our safety gear. I'll get the vests and the life vests and the air bottles for our helicopter flights, all of our eye protection, ear protection, everything that we wear in terms of safety gear when we take those helicopters from the airport out to the recovery vessel. And then it's just getting the team where we need to be in time to be there.
And lastly, Sam, obviously everyone has their own unique journey into being a part of the space exploration enterprise. how did you happen to fall into commercial crew, and you know, what made you decide to want to work for NASA, and especially in this particular role?
Oh, big question. So my grandfather was an inventor and an engineer, and he had just an immense passion for space. He would take me out after family dinners and point out all of the constellations, and his love of space absolutely transferred to me. And so ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to work at NASA. I started as an intern actually in 2014 in design engineering, and I ended up doing that for 7 years. I was a lead design engineer for a while. And then I decided I wanted to try out operations because I had been in design for so long. It's one of those things that design and operations work hand in hand, and so I wanted to see the other side of the coin, and I landed here as a NASA recovery director and commercial crew.
Well, Sam, thank you so much for sharing some of your time with us. I know it's going to be a busy, I guess, morning now as we get closer to launch. We are T-minus 1 hour, 44 minutes and some change, so good luck to you and the rest of the teams, and we look forward to seeing Crew 6 come home.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sam. And of course, we'll be with you throughout the rest of the evening, so be sure to stick with us for our live coverage for the next hour and 3/4 till liftoff, and of course, through the process of launch. And we'll have much more coverage for you throughout the rest of the morning.
Dragon SpaceX. Closeout team has departed the crew arm.
SpaceX Dragon copies on the closeout team.
M1D and MVAC fuel bleed has started.
T-minus 1 hour, 9 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. As we are approaching the final hour before the launch of the Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. The hatch is closed and the launch teams are getting ready to begin the process of fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. So before that gets underway, let's take a look at the back half of the launch timeline, getting ready ahead of that T0 liftoff. Now coming up at T-minus 45 minutes, that will be when the launch director takes the go, no-go poll for the start of propellant load. If the poll is a go, then at T-minus 42 minutes, the crew access arm will retract. You see that there on the right-hand side of your screen where the live picture of the Falcon 9 is, the arm where we saw all 4 crew members cross from the tower into their Crew Dragon capsule. That will swing away, not fully to the point where it was stationed away from it before they got into the launch procedures, but back a little way just in case it needs to return to the capsule. At T-minus 38 minutes, the Dragon launch escape system will be armed. And that will allow the Dragon to be able to quickly move away from the Falcon 9 rocket in the event of an emergency. Continuing on with the count at T-minus 35 minutes. That's when liquid oxygen or LOX as well as RP1, rocket grade kerosene, will start to flow into the rocket. T-minus 16 minutes, 30 seconds. Liquid oxygen will start flowing into the second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. Before that happens, we'll see the so-called big vent from the Strongback at the launch pad as the feed lines continue to be chilled. At T-minus 10 minutes, a little bit of a different note as compared to non-crewed missions with the Falcon 9 rocket. That's when they will conduct their final pre-launch communications check. that point, we'll get a quick comm check from each of the 4 crew members. And usually the commander will have some final parting words before they get ready to launch on their adventure into space. T-minus 7 minutes, the Falcon 9 will begin a chill down of the 9 Merlin engines. That involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps. The chill down procedure is important since it protects the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. About 6 minutes prior to launch, first stage kerosene tank should be full. And then at T-minus 4 minutes 30 seconds, the Strongback retract will begin. You see on the live pictures here on the right-hand side of your screen, that is the vertical structure parallel to the Falcon 9 rocket, also called the transporter erector. That'll tilt back to a degree of about 1.5 degrees, just a little bit of a lean back, not quite as much as we saw the astronauts do when they took a look at it from the ground. It'll stay in that tilted back position until liftoff. At that point, Strongback will tilt back in a much more rapid fashion and clear the way for the Falcon 9 to climb off the pad. About 2 minutes left in the count. Liquid oxygen should be done loading onto the Falcon 9. At that point, the rocket will be fully fueled with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, control of the countdown will be handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers for those final pre-launch checks. The propellant tank pressurization will begin. About 45 seconds to liftoff. The launch director will verify the go for launch. The engine ignition command will be issued at T-minus 3 seconds. And if everything is going well, all 9 engines are healthy and they ignite, the crew will lift off when the hold down clamps release for a launch at T0, currently targeting 3:27 a.m. Eastern, 0727 UTC, coming up in just about 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Dragon, commencing orbit tank isolation valve cycle to equalize low flow pressure.
Coming up now, less than 1 hour to the launch of the Crew 7 mission. If you're just joining us here on our live stream, thanks so much for spending part of your Saturday morning here, local time on the East Coast, with us. I'm Will Robinson Smith for Spaceflight Now. You're watching our live coverage of the NASA SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station, where 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut in 59 minutes, 43 seconds and counting will lift off, supported by their Falcon 9 rocket, inside the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule, and head up to the International Space Station for a 6-month long-duration mission. This is the 7th crew rotation mission for NASA in the Commercial Crew Program, and the 8th time that NASA has flown, or that SpaceX has flown, astronauts up to the ISS. The first time began this operation back in May of 2020. That was...
And Dragon, SpaceX, you are go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
That was the Demo 2 mission
Dragon
with
copies, go for Section 5.
NASA astronauts, now former NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, the first to ride on a Crew Dragon spacecraft up to the orbiting outpost and return safely to Earth. Tonight's mission will mark the 11th time that SpaceX has flown astronauts into space, all of them launching from right here. This is Launch Complex 39A, which has seen dozens of missions over its lifetime of the space program. Everything from Saturn V rockets, space shuttles, and now this pad is leased to SpaceX for both Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy missions. And in the future, a little hard to see because it's not lit right now, but to the right of the Falcon 9 rocket, you see there's a red light at the top of it. That is the tower that will support Starship launches. SpaceX's upcoming super heavy lift vehicle that is currently undergoing a test campaign over at its site in Boca Chica, Texas, near Boca Chica Beach in the southern part of Texas. In fact, earlier today, SpaceX conducted a 33-engine static fire test. Teams are still reviewing the data from that, but they did say that...
SpaceX Dragon, go for launch.
Have you heard a call out?
SpaceX copies. Crew 7 is go for launch.
That the Crew 7 team is go for launch, so we are continuing to move well through the countdown now. Less than an hour to go, and all signs point to a liftoff in 56 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. If you'd like to help support our coverage and you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you hit the like button and share this stream. That helps more people help find our coverage of the space program, not only for this Crew 7 launch coverage, but also for everything else coming down the pike. And if you would like to support our channel even further, consider becoming a channel member. Members gain access to members-only videos. Those that are members also get 4K live stream for launch coverage, as well as discounts in our merch shop. That's shop.spaceflightnow.com, where we do have the Crew 7 patches available for purchase. Now approaching T-minus 55 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. We're about 10 minutes away from the launch director taking that go, no-go poll for the start of propellant load.
Coming up on countdown, propellant load, and launch go, no poll. Go, no-go polls open at 55.80, procedure 1.160.
And you hear the call out, that poll now open. And we should hear the results of that poll again coming up in 10 minutes. Now T-minus 55 minutes. Just about 55 minutes even.
Ready for you. And thank you for continuing to join us on our coverage of the Crew 7 mission getting ready to launch now in just less than 50 minutes, T-minus 48 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. And as we get closer and closer to liftoff, we want to talk to another expert in the field of space exploration, this time our friend Patrick O'Neill with the ISS National Lab, about some of the science that's not only launching on board with the Crew 7 mission, but also some of the science they'll be encountering and welcoming and working on while they're on board for 6 months. Pat, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. We'll appreciate it.
And so, as we were talking about a second ago, there's one particular experiment that ISS National Lab is sponsoring that's flying with them. We're talking microbes. Tell us a little bit more about that.
We are talking microbes, and typically what we have with these crew missions is that obviously it's full of mainly the crew, but we do have the capacity to have some investigations. On this one, we do have one that is in unison with DARPA and the University of Florida. This is actually a continuation project where they have launched microbes in the past, but it's also exciting too because it's not just this investigation that is looking at microbial research, but we also have payloads that are flying from the Naval Research Laboratory down the road along with the Boeing company. So everyone's excited about microbes and seeing how they will react in this unique and novel environment of space, because obviously it reacts far differently than it does here. What can we extrapolate from that? How can we bring that back down to Earth? And how can we leverage that knowledge to benefit life here on Earth?
Right. I mean, that's really why the space station exists, is to expand our knowledge of how we can better our lives here on Earth for those of us that never get the opportunity to fly to space.
That is accurate. And from a national lab perspective, that's, what we're focused on is selecting science that can bring value to humanity by doing R&D in a low Earth orbit environment, but also by expanding opportunities for companies to validate business models. How can we develop a sustainable market in low Earth orbit? And that's the great thing about the space station, is that it is truly over the last 15 to 20 years really opened up a lot of opportunities for companies to think about ways to leverage space to not just do R&D, but again, to validate business models for them to be able to develop thriving concepts that we can all leverage, whether it be on this space station or future space platforms.
Yeah, of course, because after the ISS retires around 2030 or so, there will be commercial stations that'll come online, and I know you're still sort of working through what exactly the ISS National Lab will look like in partnership with some of those commercial stations, but certainly looking to continue this enterprise.
Absolutely. I mean, to your point, we have station that is happening right now, at least through 2030, possibly beyond. And what we're trying to do right now is leverage it to its fullest capacity so that we can learn as much as we can from an R&D perspective, from a technology perspective, that will allow for us to properly segue to these CLDs and give them the best path forward so that they can be as successful as possible.
And obviously there's only one ISS-sponsored experiment going up this time, but they're going to be on station for 6 months. Talk a little bit about some of the science that they will have later with cargo resupply missions. We know that there's obviously another CRS-29 mission that'll come up while they're there, another Northrop Grumman mission, which will actually be launched by SpaceX over at Pad 40, as well as I think maybe Dream Chaser. This crew might encounter Dream Chaser, or that might be Crew A. That may be a little farther down the road.
Well, I definitely know, to your point, we have the 2 CRS missions for sure that are hopefully going to be happening in this calendar year. And there's going to be a lot of different types of investigations. Mainly, I think that ones that are exciting, at least from my perspective, are focused in the life sciences. So we're going to be having brain organoids. There's a group from UC San Diego who have launched multiple brain organoids investigations to the ISS, both through CRS missions as well as through these private astronaut missions. So that's also another fun and exciting access point that researchers are able to take advantage of. We'll be having technology demonstrations. There'll be investigations funded by the National Science Foundation that are looking at tissue engineering concepts that build on science that actually came from National Institutes of Health funded science. So it really just goes to show that we have a lot of partners that are very interested in funding research and supporting research on the space station. I already mentioned some of the microbial investigations that will be flying too. We're also going to be having technology demonstrations from some of our partners that are, again, looking to validate avenues of how do we have facilities on station that are available to researchers, but how can we validate these business models in space as well. So it's going to be a very, very busy 6 months for these astronauts. Looking forward to a successful launch tonight, and what's going to happen down the road with these CRS missions.
And in wrapping, I have to ask, just because they're such precocious little buggers, Are we going to see another round of water bears go up? Are there any tardigrade missions on the horizon?
That is a good question. I think that the water bears and tardigrades, they have served their purpose from a scientific perspective, but it was also part of a STEM education opportunity with the local Girl Scouts. So it was a lot of fun to go and talk with those young students as they were embarking on sending those investigations to the station. But again, hopefully they were able to learn some fun stuff from it and build on that so that we can also have additional types of student-led investigations in the future.
Pat O'Neill with the ISS National Lab, thank you so much for joining us this evening, and hope you enjoy the rest of the launch tonight.
You as well. Thank you so much. We'll appreciate it.
And of course, we'll have much more coverage coming up. We still have about the next minute or so, we should be seeing the start of crew arm retract from the crew capsule, the results of the go, no go poll coming up as well. So lots to come down the pike as we are now 43 minutes, 36 seconds and counting to the launch of the Crew 7 mission. Be sure to keep it right here. We'll have much more coming up.
SpaceX Dragon.
Go ahead, Dragon.
We didn't hear the poll for prop load and launch readiness, so just give them a call.
And sorry, Dragon, I just missed the last of your sentence there. Can you please repeat?
Attention operators on countdown. Polling is complete. The joint NASA and SpaceX teams have pulled go for LES arm, propellant load, and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms go into lockdown in T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launchscape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console, maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launchscape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent, no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch audio sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Copy, proceeding to arm crew arm for movement. Crew access arm retraction started.
T-minus 40 minutes, 42 seconds and counting, and you see the crew access arm now retracting away from the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon Endurance as it gets ready to launch to the International Space Station coming up in just over 40 minutes from now. And as we mentioned before, the arm is not going to fully swing away from them in case
Crew access arm retraction complete.
they need the arm to come back for whatever reason to leave the capsule in the case of an emergency.
And Dragon, SpaceX, you are go for Section 6, closed visors and arm launch escape system.
Dragon copies, go for Section 6, launch escape system arming.
And that call out there to mark the crew preparing to arm the escape system that will allow them to quickly use the thrusters on board the Crew Dragon spacecraft to very quickly move away from the Falcon 9 rocket, again in the event of an emergency.
Dragon visors closed, arming launch escape system.
Copy, your go.
And as we are speaking about potential emergency situations, right now you're taking a look at the general trajectory of this mission, and the circles that you see on your screen, one closer to North America near St. John's and the other off the island of Shannon, those are two of the ideal places for a splashdown of the Crew Dragon capsule, where they would, if they needed to abort, ideally like to do so, since those are the closest to land and recovery crews can more rapidly respond to them in the event of an emergency. Again, this is for emergency use
Launch escape
only,
systems verified armed.
if needed, as they have, after they have launched and as they're along the ascent corridor. The team with the U.S. Space Force, known as Det-3, train continuously throughout the year to be able to respond to emergency situations should they arise with launch supporting U.S. personnel. For private missions, there are other organizations like the company Operator Solutions, which is based here on Florida Space Coast, which supports missions like the Axiom space missions to the ISS, those private astronaut missions, as well as Inspiration 4.
F9 tanks venting for prop load in 10 seconds. Expect loud venting.
And here the call out, start of venting for a prop load is about to begin. The propellant will start flowing onto the first stage for liquid oxygen. And that sound you're hearing is actually the venting I was just talking about. And the crew is also being given a heads up that they will be able to hear the venting and the noises as the fueling begins on the Falcon 9 rocket, since it's much louder for the crew from their vantage point than it will be for the rest of us. We may be able to hear that as well. T-minus 36 minutes and counting. The start of propellant load will begin in less than a minute now at T-minus 35 minutes. Hitting now at T-minus 35 minutes and counting. And
Propellant load has started.
You hear the call out for the start of propellant load. At this point, with propellants now beginning to flow into the Falcon 9 rocket, as well as the fact that this is an instantaneous launch, SpaceX and NASA teams are committing to attempting to launch the Crew 7 mission at the planned T0 time at 3:27 a.m. Eastern, 0727 UTC. Again, if they do need to stand down, they have a backup opportunity to launch on Sunday morning as well. That backup opportunity is 3:04 a.m. Eastern, 0304 UTC. T-minus 33 minutes and counting. To couch this mission in a little bit of historical context, as we mentioned, all 4 seats on the Crew 7 mission aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft are representing 4 different nations. Jasmine Moghbeli happens to be the only American on this flight as the commander of the mission. The historic parallel to that, which may not be the thing that immediately springs to mind, is the last of the Mercury crewed flights. That being Mercury Atlas 9, the spacecraft Faith 7 that saw Gordon Cooper Jr. fly for 34 hours, 19 minutes, and 49 seconds, in which he completed 22 orbits, evaluating the effects of a day in space. You start to see a little bit of vapor forming along the bottom of the first stage of the Falcon 9 rocket, just below the X in SpaceX. We bring up the Faith 7 mission, Mercury Atlas 9, in this context because that was the last time we launched a mission from American soil to orbit with only 1 American on board. Since the Mercury missions, there have been at least 2 Americans on every flight from U.S. soil up until now. That mission, how long ago was that? Well, that was back in 1963. So a nice round parallel number between then and 2023 as we prepare to see Jasmine Moghbeli again for the first time since the 60s becoming the lone American to fly on this mission to space. But unlike the Mercury Atlas 9 mission, she is not alone in her capsule. She is joined by ESA astronaut Andreas Mogensen, who is the first European astronaut to pilot a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, as well as mission specialists.
Stage 1 cryohelium loading has started.
Satoshi Furukawa and Roscosmos cosmonaut, the other mission specialist, Konstantin Borisov. And you heard that call out for the start of helium loading. They use that gas to help pressurize the tanks as they continue propellant loading. Again, as we look at this Falcon 9 rocket with its crisp white paint job, this is the first time this particular first stage booster is making its trip to space. This is tail number 1081. So far, SpaceX has been continuing to push reusability on its Falcon 9 rockets, going as far as having launched 2 of its boosters, now 16 times. That happened earlier this summer. in fairly quick succession with one another. Those were boosters tail number B1058 as well as B1060. SpaceX is in the process of certifying these first stage boosters for non-crewed missions up to 20 launches, again, depending on the health of the vehicle and the needs of the mission. SpaceX is pushing the reusability and some of the parameters of these rockets on its Starlink launches. Those are the satellite internet constellation satellites that SpaceX launches fairly regularly from both here from Florida's Space Coast as well as over on the West Coast at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. T-minus 28 minutes, 36 seconds. As we are now firmly in Saturday, coming up on 3 a.m. here on the East Coast. This is, in fact, a double launch day from the Space Coast, as it is planned right now. If the Crew 7 mission is able to launch, SpaceX is also looking to launch a batch of those Starlink satellites coming up later tonight. That's from their other launch pad over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Base. Currently, SpaceX is targeting a liftoff of that Falcon 9 rocket at 9:05 p.m. Eastern, 01:05 UTC on August 27th, where they will launch 22 Starlink V2 mini satellites to low Earth orbit. SpaceX also has a number of backup opportunities for that launch, starting at 9:56 p.m. Eastern, 01:56 UTC. The launch window for the Starlink mission goes until 11:04 p.m. Eastern or 03:04 UTC. If needed, there are 4 backup opportunities for that Starlink mission, starting Sunday, August 27th at 8:40 p.m. Eastern, 0040 UTC on August 28th. It runs until 10:39 or 0239 UTC. That booster making its 3rd flight to space, also having supported humans. In fact, it flew earlier this year on both ESA's Euclid mission as well as the crew mission of Axiom 2, the 2nd private astronaut mission.
Dragon, SpaceX for update.
To the International Space Station.
SpaceX, go for Dragon.
Okay, Dragon, we wanted to give you an update. We saw a transient hit on one of a gas detector inside the crew arm. This is one of 2 sensors in the white room. The other sensor, however, did not register this detection. We took a look at the history of the sensor over the last day as well as the flight history for all the sensors and have not seen this transient condition before. Right now, teams are scrubbing their systems and camera views just to verify that all systems are nominal. At this time, we're proceeding with the count. Expect an update from us at around T-minus 17 minutes. How copy?
SpaceX Dragon copies a transient hit on one of 2 sensors on the arm, and that you're taking a look at it, and we'll expect an update at T-minus 17 minutes.
Good readback.
SpaceX Dragon, and what kind of sensor was it?
And Dragon, it was a detection of NTO.
Stage 2 cryohelium loading.
T-minus 23 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. As you heard, there are a couple of sensors on the crew access arm. One of them happened to detect what the SpaceX launch team described as NTO, that is nitrogen tetroxide. They're looking to see if they can gather more information about that. Right now, fueling is continuing on the Falcon 9 rocket at this time. As you see, vapors continue to form around the first stage of the rocket. There will be another update with the crew at T-minus 17 minutes. Again, the nitrogen tetroxide was detected by just one of the sensors on the crew access arm, but not the other. So they're looking at the data a little more thoroughly as they assess the launch now 22 and a half minutes from its planned liftoff. We'll keep you posted as we learn more about this development. T-minus 21 minutes, 4 seconds and counting. Want to talk a little bit about the Falcon 9 vehicle as we're getting close to the end of the count, just about 20 and a half minutes left. Falcon 9 rocket stands 70 meters or 229 feet tall. Most of that taken up by the first stage, powered by 9 Merlin engines. They burn rocket-grade kerosene and liquid oxygen, producing 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Around the engine compartment, you can see the black carbon fiber landing legs that will be used to land the first stage. Typically on a drone ship, but this time there will be a return to landing site for this mission. And you see there the start of the big vent coming from the Strongback, another sign that, at least for now, as teams continue to assess that
Stage
sensor.
2, RP1 load complete.
And you hear the call out for Stage 2 RP1 load finishing up, and we'll get to that second stage in just a moment. But for those who are watching the launch from here in Florida, especially near the Space Coast, there's a very good chance you'll hear a sonic boom as the Falcon 9 rocket makes its return to landing, an operation that started with crew launches earlier this year with Axiom 2. This will be just the second time that a crew operation will see a return to landing site. It allows SpaceX to get the booster back faster, get data on the rocket, and be able to turn it around and refurbish it for a flight in the future. Moving right along to the inner stage, which is above the first stage of the rocket. It's a composite structure consisting of an aluminum honeycomb core surrounded by carbon fiber. In the image on the right-hand side of your screen, you see those deployable hypersonic grid fins. These are little winglets that provide stability and help steer the Falcon 9 back toward, again, this time will be the landing site, landing zone 1 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Or other nights, it'll land back on a drone ship. At the top of the stage, you see 3 mechanical latches. At first stage, main engine cutoff, or MECO. The high-pressure helium is used to release those latches, and 4 pneumatic pushers ensure a clean separation. Also inside the inner stage is the second stage engine nozzle, housed inside until stage separation. Moving on to the second stage, T-minus 18 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. Powered by a single modified Merlin engine, known as the Merlin vacuum engine, or MVAC engine. It's equipped with a large nozzle you see there in the graphic on the right-hand side of your screen, and optimized for burns in the vacuum of space. Burns the same propellant mix, that being the rocket-grade kerosene and liquid oxygen, same as the first stage. And last but not least, on payload missions, those are payload fairings at the top of the rocket, but of course we have 4 souls on board. This is the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft. Flew with humans for the first time in 2020. This one flying now for the 3rd time. Crew Dragon Endurance. And coming up on T-minus 17 minutes, we should be getting an update from SpaceX launch team.
And Dragon SpaceX, stand by for an update on the sensor. Teams are still discussing and looking for our path forward.
SpaceX Dragon copy.
And hear the call, they're still examining data from that sensor and looking to see if there is an option toward launching tonight. Of course, safety is of the utmost priority when launching any mission, but especially one that has humans on board, and they want to make sure to be overly cautious to keep the crew safe. That is their
Startup stage 2, lock floating.
first and primary concern tonight, as we hear the call out for stage 2, LOX loading beginning. The liquid oxygen now flowing into the second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket, and you see the meatball logo, the round NASA symbol, start to get a little frosty as both RP1 and now liquid oxygen are flowing onto that part of the rocket. As we come up on T-minus 15 minutes, 55 seconds and counting, want to thank the more than 2,100 of you that are joining us live. Really appreciate you being with us. For some, maybe very early. Looks like we have someone joining from Australia. Don't know what time it is there down there in Australia, but I'm guessing it's not quite as pitch black at night as it is right now, although I haven't done the time conversion. Apologies on that one. But if you haven't already, we'd appreciate it if you hit the like button, share the stream to this so more people can find this coverage, not only for the Crew 7 mission, but also for upcoming videos and future live streams. As you mentioned, SpaceX, assuming Crew 7 launches tonight, they do have a Starlink mission launch taking off just after 9 o'clock Eastern from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And with less than 15 minutes to go, let's talk about what everyone wants to know. That is the trajectory of the mission, where this is going. So here we go. Taking a look from a satellite view of Launch Complex 39A, where the rocket will lift off from. This is at NASA's Kennedy Space Center here on Florida's East Coast, also known as the Space Coast. After launch, you see those 2 trajectory paths. That second red line normally would take it along a route to a drone ship in the Atlantic, but this time it is looping back and landing over at Landing Zone 1. This is one of 2 SpaceX landing sites that it uses to support return to landing site missions. Landing Zones 1 and 2. in the future they will be turned over for use by other commercial companies for their own launch operations. But for now, they remain open to SpaceX for the return of, in this case, the Falcon 9 first stage booster. We've also seen a number of launches with Falcon Heavy, where both landing zones are used for simultaneous landings of the two side boosters. Now coming up on T-minus 13 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. As fueling continues on the Falcon 9 rocket, again, we are waiting to hear more about the sensor that possibly detected NTO, nitrogen tetroxide. Teams with SpaceX and NASA are evaluating the data that came from one sensor but not another, and looking to see if there's still a path forward to launch tonight.
And Dragon SpaceX, we are still continuing to assess that sensor and proceeding with the count.
SpaceX Dragon copies, continuing with the count while the tubes assess.
T-minus 11 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. As you heard, the teams are continuing to look at data from that sensor information. T-minus 10 minutes, 10 seconds. We're coming up on what is expected to be the final comms check, but teams are continuing to monitor data from that sensor.
And Dragon SpaceX, stand by for display configuration.
Dragon copy.
Now under 10 minutes to the planned liftoff of the Crew 7 mission. Teams are looking at one of probably two possibilities. Either it is a faulty sensor and it just got a bad reading on the nitrogen tetroxide, or there could potentially be a leak, which would, of course, be of more notable concern since NTO is a highly toxic chemical that would be dangerous to breathe. And so they are wanting to ensure that they have a full understanding of whether that one sensor that picked it up was accurate or not. Count continues at T-minus 9 minutes. As we approach T-minus 8 minutes, we've passed the point when we were anticipating the final pre-launch communications check. We're coming up less than a minute on the start of stage 1 engine chill. It's coming up now less than a minute. Shortly thereafter, fueling of the rocket-grade kerosene should be finished on the first stage. Seeing views now of the 4 members of Crew 7 sitting patiently inside their Crew Dragon spacecraft, waiting, as are we all, to see what the launch teams have decided as they continue to evaluate the data from that sensor and see if a launch tonight, or this morning I should say, is still possible as we approach the final 7 minutes of the planned countdown.
Engine chill has started.
We hear the call off for engine chill.
And Dragon SpaceX, stand by for final go, but please confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, crew displays are configured for launch.
Stage 1, RP1 load is complete.
And we hear the call-outs that Stage 1 RP1 loading has wrapped up, as well as their screens are configured for launch as well. So a number of good indications that we may still see yet a launch in now less than 6 minutes. But as seems to be the case, they are continuing to evaluate the data from the sensor and have not made an audible call at this point in time as to where that stands. We're continuing to monitor. Coming up now,
Dragon
last
is
5
configured
minutes
for
of the
terminal
count.
and Dragon's on internal power.
As we are closing
Falcon
in
tanks are pressurizing for Strongback retract.
on the last minutes of launch. Strongback retract expected in the next 20 seconds. Again, that's when the Strongback or the transporter erector will tilt away from the vehicle. You see those clamp arms just below the trunk of the Crew Dragon spacecraft, just above the A in NASA, the red worm logo. Those clamp arms
Strongback is retracting.
will open. You see that process starting momentarily. And you see the clamp arms now opening up, and the transporter erector or the Strongback will tilt back about 1.5 degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket. Some great views here of the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule in its full souls aboard, getting ready to launch now in less than 4 minutes. At this point, we have not heard a further update from the launch teams on the sensor issue. But things continue to be in motion, indicating that launch still may yet happen. Taking a look now back inside the capsule there, you see all 4 members of the Crew 7 mission.
Stage 1 lock loading is complete.
And 3 astronauts. Hear the call out for LOX load completion. The Falcon 9 now fully fueled with 1 million pounds of propellant as it gets ready to launch the Crew 7 mission in less than 3 minutes.
Dragon is in terminal count.
You hear the call out Dragon in terminal count as we come up on 2 minutes, 35 seconds and counting. Now less than 2 minutes left in the count. The Crew 7 mission launching to the International Space Station.
Stage 2 lock floating is complete.
And there we hear the call out for
Dragon is in auto idle.
LOX complete. Now Falcon 9 is fully fueled.
Gas closeout has started. Expect loud venting.
We're coming up on the last minute of this launch countdown. T-minus 1 minute, 12 seconds and counting. Preparing to enter the final 60 seconds. The sensor issue has not come back up again, so
Falcon
it appears the SpaceX and NASA teams may have found a way to move past that issue and are preparing to launch the 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut on the Crew 7 mission to the space station. Now going into the last 45 seconds of the count.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
And we hear the call out from launch teams that they are go for launch.
Go for launch.
As we approach the last 30 seconds of this mission, go ahead and listen into
T-minus 30 seconds.
the launch director as we head into the liftoff of the Crew 7 mission, now just 20 seconds away. Let's listen in.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power. And liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, go Crew 7.
Copy, 1 Alpha full switching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Nominal power and telemetry. Stage 1 throttle down.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. Max Q.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Now T plus 1 minute, 30 seconds into the
MVAC
flight
chill is
of
underway.
The Crew 7 mission, heading up for a 6-month stay aboard the International Space Station. Some great views from our tracking camera here. as the Falcon 9 vehicle approaches max Q, the point of greatest stress on the vehicle. And you see just an excellent shot of the vivid colors of those 9 Merlin engines.
Stage 1 throttle down.
As they are throttling down, you heard the call out. Getting ready for stage separation after MECO. Main engine
cutoff.
You see that there.
Stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
And you see stage separation there on your screen. The first
MVAC
stage.
ignition.
Just a great shot. You can see the first stage rocketing away, literally and figuratively, from the second stage of the rocket, and just a beautiful shot of those 2 stages. The second stage propelling 4 souls onto the International Space Station. The first stage heading back down to the coast of Florida, where we'll see the first stage landing on landing zone 1 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We'll keep our mics up, as we should hear a sonic boom as the first stage comes back to a landing zone landing. And a good progression of the mission so far. T plus 3 minutes, 34 seconds, and counting up.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
You hear that call for a good trajectory as we approach T plus 4 minutes and counting. In less than 2.5 minutes, we'll see that first entry burn beginning on the first stage. Right now you're seeing the glow of the second stage. So you have a wonderfully clear night here on Florida's Space Coast. You can see some stars in the background as the second stage continues to send the crew SpaceX, or the SpaceX Crew Dragon, on its way to the International Space Station for a docking coming up Sunday morning at 8:50 a.m.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Now 5 minutes into the mission, that entry burn,
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
less than a minute, 20 seconds away now, coming up at T plus 6 minutes, 21 seconds. That burn will last about 9 seconds, cutting off at T plus 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Because this is a booster that's returning to land, we should be able to see that entry burn from our vantage point, as well as its descent back down to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at landing zone 1. Now 5.5 minutes into flight.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
And you hear the call out of good trajectory from the launch teams, ground support teams here. Heard and acknowledged from Commander Jasmin Moghbeli as they continue on their flight path. Now coming up on the start of that entry burn in about 3 seconds. And there you see it. Over.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
We looked like we saw what was the entry burn, but we have not heard the call out just yet. The start and completion of the entry burn should have come and gone, but we have not heard that call out from SpaceX. The landing burn should be coming up next. That coming up at T plus 7 minutes, 27 seconds. Adam Bernstein manning our tracking camera now, keeping his eyes peeled for that landing burn. You see that there on your screen.
Stage 2, FTS has saved.
And the first stage now safely back on ground, this being tail number B, 1081, making its first flight to and from space. And we just heard the sonic boom, boy howdy, coming in loud and clear here at the press side at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Taking a look back now on the progress of the second stage of the Falcon 9. You see the Merlin vacuum engine continuing its burn as we are now 8 minutes into this mission. Coming up in about 30 seconds, we'll see that Merlin vacuum engine shut down. That being SECO. That acronym standing for second engine cutoff.
Copy, Shannon.
MVAC shutdown.
And you hear the call out for SECO or the MVAC shutdown, which you'll see here coming up on your screen.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
And you see here on your screen the trajectory map.
SpaceX Dragon copies, nominal orbital insertion.
Dragon SpaceX, launch escape system disarmed.
Dragon copies.
And we're getting our first views of a very happy crew now that they've had a good orbital insertion. Oh, and we're getting our first glimpse of the 0G indicator that looks like, is that a tree sloth, perhaps? It's upside down and backwards, so it's hard to tell. But that is the indication that they have entered into microgravity. For the 3,700 of you that are with us live, thanks for sticking with us as we continue our coverage of the Crew 7 mission. As you're seeing the 0G indicator start to float around, being held currently by pilot Andreas Mogensen. It appears to be a tree sloth, I believe. But let us know what you think it is. Drop your thoughts in the live chat there. Hopefully we'll hear from the crew what its name is and a little more about it. We do know that this particular 0G indicator was chosen by the man who is toying with its tether. That is the pilot of the mission, Andreas Mogensen, an astronaut with the European Space Agency, the first non-American pilot of a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft. On the left-hand side of your screen, as Andy continues to play with the 0G indicator, Konstantin Borisov making his first flight to space, enjoying the sensation of microgravity, letting his arms kind of hang there suspended for a moment. As we are now T plus 11 minutes, 29 seconds into flight.
Stage 2.
Coming up on the next milestone in just about 20 seconds, the Dragon spacecraft will separate from the second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. coming up in 10 seconds. This is our view from the second stage looking up toward Dragon. See that separation coming up in just a moment here. And there we go. The SpaceX Dragon Endurance is peeling away from the Falcon 9 second stage.
Confirmed. Crew 7, on behalf of the Falcon team, I'd like to welcome you to orbit, and we hope you enjoyed the ride on Falcon 9. Space travel is difficult, even though you make it look easy, so thank you for trusting us to get you up there. It's not a bad way to spend a day in the office. Stand by for words from the launch director.
Hello, Crew 7. This is Launch Director here on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX Launch and Recovery team, I'm honored to welcome Dragon's first ever all-international crew to orbit. Счастливого пути, Gotor, Iterashai. Godspeed, Crew 7. Cheers.
SpaceX, thanks for the ride. It was awesome. On behalf of Andy, Satoshi, Koshi, and I, we'd like to thank the multitude of people who've led us to this unique moment. We may have 4 crew members on board from 4 different nations, Denmark, Japan, Russia, and the USA, but we're a united team with a common mission. We hope the work we do serves to benefit our beautiful home planet and those on it. As you said, human spaceflight requires an unparalleled level of vigilance and rigor, and we thank all those who prepared not only us, but also this truly impressive spacecraft for flight. Finally, to our families, carry the greater burden of our choice to explore. Thank you. Go Crew 7. Awesome ride.
T plus 13 minutes, 54 seconds and counting up as you see the SpaceX Crew Dragon literally and figuratively ride off into the sunrise, sunset, depending on your perspective, but off into orbit as they speed up to catch up to the International Space Station, hearing words from the commander of the mission, NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli, making her first trip to space, joining Konstantin Borisov for their
Dragon
first
delayed call, nominal dehumidifier activation, and service section Draco checkouts.
first flights to space. Second trip up
Dragon copy.
for both Satoshi Furukawa as well as the European astronaut flying in the pilot seat, Andreas Mogensen. They'll be docking with the International Space Station coming up on Sunday morning, as we are now 15 minutes into flight. The sensor issue proved not to be a barrier to liftoff, and so far we have a good mission as you see the trajectory of the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft continuing on its ascension.
Expected loss of signal, Newfoundland. Acquisition of signal, Goonhilly.
T plus 19 minutes, 18 seconds into flight. You see the opening of the nose cone happening now on the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. The camera is right up on the nose cone, so that's why it may look a little funky in the shot, but you see now there the edge of the nose cone start to raise from the bottom of your screen, ascending to the top in the fashion of opening there. This will help prepare the Crew Dragon capsule for docking coming up Sunday morning. Contact and capture with the International Space Station expected at just about 8:39 a.m., about 8:40 on Sunday morning, the 27th. That is Eastern Time. So that would be 12:39 UTC. Now T plus 20 minutes, 30 seconds into flight. With a successful liftoff and booster landing, let's take a look now at some of the mission stats of where the Crew 7 launch has placed it in SpaceX flights. As we mentioned throughout the broadcast, this is was the first flight of this Falcon 9 first stage booster, tail number B1081. This was the 249th Falcon 9 launch to date. For calendar year 2023, this was the 55th Falcon 9 launch. It was SpaceX's 58th orbital launch of 2023. That includes 3 Falcon Heavy missions, and we have 2 more of those on tap for the rest of the year. First one coming up is another NASA mission. That is the Psyche spacecraft, which is heading off to explore a mineral-rich asteroid. That's coming up no earlier than October 5th.
And Dragon SpaceX, we saw a nominal nose cone opening, TCS, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts. Additionally, at this time, there's approximately 3 minutes left in this current ground station pass, and you are welcome to introduce your zero-G indicator.
And we'll go ahead and pause and listen in to...
SpaceX Dragon copies all. I'll hand it over to Andy.
I'd like to introduce our zero-G indicator, which was selected by my 3 children, Emily, Frederick, and Jacob. Tusen tack, Emily, Frederick, och Jacob. Jag älskar er och jag gläder mig till att se er igen så mycket. Children picked a 3-toed sloth as our zero-G indicator. It's a 3-toed sloth, not a 2-toed sloth, and that's an important detail I'll get to later. They chose a sloth because it's one of their favorite animals. We were very fortunate on our last vacation to Costa Rica to see sloths in the wild, especially one memorable occasion. One day we were at the beach when a sloth, a very young sloth, appeared in the trees above us and hung out the rest of the day with us, and it was just a very special moment for us as a family. Additionally, sloth is also what my children like to call me, with strong encouragement from my wife. I'm always the last to leave the house whenever we're going anywhere. Personally, I think it's with good reason. But they say I'm the slowest person alive, which is also why it's a 3-toed sloth, not a 2-toed sloth, because apparently that would be too fast for me. So welcome to space, Sasha the sloth.
And Dragon, we appreciate the introduction to your zero-G indicator, and noting that that is probably officially now the fastest sloth ever.
This is Satoshi. It's nice to be in space, and I'm very glad to see happy faces. 日本の皆さん、国際宇宙ステーションへ、再びして着実に仕事をしてきます。
Yes, I'm very excited. First of all, a few words in Russian, then in English. Всем большое спасибо, огромное восхищение тем, как мы прокатились на ракете, мы в космосе. Невероятно. Полет в космос — это результат действий скоординированных тысяч людей, которые работают в разных странах. Всем большое спасибо. Роскосмос, НАСА, ESA, JAXA, SpaceX. Моим друзьям и семье большое спасибо. Thank you very much for all your hard work. SpaceX, Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA, and all the partners involved in manned space flight. That's a proud example of how much we can achieve working together in harmony. Let's continue. Cool. Thanks a lot to everyone, to my family as well. Thanks.
SpaceX copies all. Thank you for the kind words. And Jaws, if you are ready to copy, I do have some upcoming words on the phase burn.
Expect a loss of signal. Good, Hilly.
SpaceX Dragon is ready to copy.
Okay, wanted to give you an update that we are going to be losing TDRS for voice comms for about 15, that's approximately 15 minutes, which is going to include that upcoming phase burn per your displays. We do have a ground station pass during that burn prep, so you will actually be able to call us in the blind. However, you will be LOS during the burn. There's no concerns, but we'll pick you back up at 0819 Zulu, which will be right after the burn, and we'll confirm that burn performance. How copy?
SpaceX Dragon copies all. We'll lose you on TDRS for the phase burn, but we can make calls via the ground station in the blind, and we'll catch you on the backside at 0819.
Good readback.
T plus 26 minutes, 37 seconds into the flight of the Crew 7 mission. Heard some great words from the crew as they are now about a half hour into their journey to the International Space Station. And also, got confirmation that I was correct about what the zero-G indicator is, that being...
And Dragon, SpaceX, the environments are looking good for suit doffing. We'll be taking the cameras external shortly. You are go for 4.012.
We go for 4.012.
That zero-G indicator is Sasha the Sloth, according to Andy, who said that his kids loving the three-toed sloth as one of their favorite animals, and said that, you know, it's become a favorite creature in their family because Andy is, I guess, slow to leave the house. He's usually the last one out, which he says is a good thing in his mind. Sounds like his kids and wife may disagree, but yeah, is what it is. But yeah, just a good launch and liftoff. Things are moving nominally for this part of the flight, heading toward the space station now. Want to go back to the mission stats as we continue to listen in to mission control for any further updates. They did say before we go back to the mission stats that the upcoming phase burn, the first burn of the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft, coming up at T plus 48 minutes and some change, will happen. It lasts about 191 seconds, but they will be out of direct communication with the spacecraft, and they will come back to check in with them on comms following the burn. Returning to those mission stats, as you're mentioning, this is the 58th, was the 58th SpaceX orbital launch of this year, including 3 Falcon Heavy launches.
Dragon, no response required. Cameras are external.
This was the 68th SpaceX orbital launch from Pad 39A since it took over. This was the 36th Florida land landing of a Falcon 9 booster returned to landing site at Landing Zone 1. And this was the 43rd orbital launch from Florida Space Coast in 2023. That includes launches from both Kennedy Space Center as well as Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. As we are coming up on almost exactly half an hour into the flight of the Crew 7 mission. All going well so far as the crew is making their way toward the orbiting outpost, getting ready to be greeted on Sunday by their colleagues on board station, the members of the Crew 6 mission, who will be making their way back down to Earth, splashing down up the coast of Florida no earlier than September 2nd. Of course, now the launch recovery teams, as we spoke with Sam earlier in the night, are going to be looking toward all of the conditions.
SpaceX Dragon, com check on the cabin mic.
And SpaceX has you 5x5 for the cabin mic com check.
Okay, Sam.
Just passing through another mic check, making sure we don't cut off their audio. Now T plus 32 minutes, 16 seconds into flight. We're going to come to the end of our coverage in just a moment, but as mentioned earlier in our broadcast, this is a double launch day for SpaceX. If all continues to go well, SpaceX is targeting a launch of a batch of 22 Starlink V2 mini satellites from their other pad here on Florida's Space Coast over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That launch targeting a liftoff at 9:05 p.m. Eastern, 01:05 UTC on August 27th. The window lasts until 11:04 p.m. Eastern, 03:04 UTC, with 3 additional launch opportunities starting at 9:56 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we'll have live coverage on that, as we do with all the missions lifting off from Florida's Space Coast. So look for that starting just a little bit after 8 o'clock tonight. Well, it's been a long and busy night for all of us here at the Spaceflight Now team, but we have enjoyed spending the end of Friday and the beginning of Saturday with you all, watching the 7th crew rotation mission launch to the International Space Station. So a little bit of potential hiccups there at the end. For those who would like to continue following along with this mission, we will put up the trajectory map of the Crew 7 Dragon up on Launchpad Live here on our YouTube channel, so be sure to keep an eye on that. If you'd like to continue listening in, we'll continue piping in the mission control audio from SpaceX as well. But with that, we'll go ahead and thank you so much for all of you who have been with us as we are going in on 5+ hours of live coverage. And it's folks like SG who just made a $10 super chat donation. Thank you for being a part of our coverage, SG, and to all of those who have been with us in the live chat. And yes, hitting the like button, DS the RN. Big help in helping to spread this coverage. So we appreciate those that are able to make a super chat donation, become a channel member, or just participate and being good stewards of the conversation of space exploration in the live chat. All is wonderful, welcome, and we are excited to be a part of covering the space program, which is vast and seemingly ever expanding, both here on the Space Coast as well as around the world. It has been an eventful night, and we are going to go ahead and turn things over again to Launchpad Live. If you'd like to continue to follow along with the SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the ISS, and we'll have updates as well on our social media, and more to come as docking comes up on Sunday morning. So for all of us here with the Spaceflight Now team, for Stephen Young, Michael Kane, Adam Bernstein, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Thanks for joining us, and have a great day.